Squibb presents Academy Award.
I was thinking, in the words of Bugs Bunny, roll 'em, Smokey.
Yeah.
There you
How are
go.
you doing, Ben?
Pretty good.
Good
I
to see
saw
you, man.
David Barker and Randy Messersmith this morning. We had coffee.
Really? What were you doing?
Yeah. I'm just hanging out.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. I know them both from way back, as you know.
Zach, I've got a Linda Mills said that we're all echoing.
Oh,
We don't hear it, Linda.
yeah.
I'm
Have her
not
turn
hearing
her
any
mic
echo.
off, maybe, if she has a mic on.
If she's listening through speakers, that might be why as well. Not
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I've
Hello,
got Brian
Valerie
here saying
Roller.
it sounds fine here in Seattle.
And Brian Hendrickson, our Wilmer, is with us. And Janine, is it Olivier?
Yes.
Janine Olivier is with us. Welcome, Janine.
I always dreamed of working with Olivier.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And Helen Holmes.
From New Jersey.
Yep.
That's great. I want to make sure that everybody knows that John Jensen was the artist that created the poster we've been using for months now to promote this. And he did an absolutely stellar job. And I didn't ask him to do it. He just took the initiative and jumped on it and did it himself and sent it. And I absolutely knocked me over the professional quality. So John Jensen is not only a tremendous announcer, disc jockey, but he's also pretty darn good on the computer artwork.
That's great.
Yeah. Oh, you bet, John. Absolutely. You're welcome. My pleasure. So while we're waiting here, I want to concentrate on a couple of things here. First of all, introducing Ben and Jean to everyone, because the Reps family kind of knows me, but not Ben and Jean. And I'm really excited to present the two of you to the Reps family tonight. I really think you guys are going to steal the show. I really do. You guys gave a tremendous performance for all of this. Ben, if we can maybe start with Ben.
Sure.
Ben, you've been a playwright and an actor, of course.
Guilty.
There was a local kid show here, not everybody will know about, excuse me, called Wallace and Ladmo, that ran for, I think it was 39 years, 5 days a week for 39 years, longest running kid show, locally produced kid show in television history, period, the end, nobody comes close. And Ben was a part of that show. I was on it several times, but Ben is the playwright author that created the trilogy of 3 plays that chronicled the Wallace and Ladmo phenomenon. And Ben, if you want to talk a little bit about that. And also his current project is about Winnie Ruth Judd, the trunk murderess, that a huge legend here in the state of Arizona. So Ben, tell everybody a little bit about what you've done.
Sure. My interest is, I have such a narrow slice of the pie of what I'm interested in. It's amazing anyone wants to see it. My interest is contemporary Arizona history, and Wallace and Ladmo was certainly part of that. When I say contemporary history, I mean history that took place within the memory of people who are still with us. So Wallace and Ladmo was a shared experience when I grew up, because we only had 4 TV channels. And so everybody, if you wanted to see cartoons and you were a kid, that's the only place you could get it. And
Channel 5.
3, 5, 10, 12, and something called Channel 8 that was really boring at the time. It was our PBS station. You could learn about algebra by watching television.
And Julia Childs.
Yeah. Anyway, they were really the anti-kid show. They did and said things on that show that it would keep a lot of lawyers working today if you did that today. So that was the Wallace and Ladmo show, and it was really a play about how do you measure success in your life? Is it being a big time famous guy like a rock star in the West Coast, or is it hosting a kids TV show in Phoenix? And that's what that was about. Winnie Ruth Judd is an unsolved double homicide. And it's really the theme of that play. The play is called The Truth About Winnie Ruth Judd. And the theme of the play is really the elusive nature of the truth. How do you really know something is true? I think that's something that rings today when I hear so much talk about fake this and fake that and all that other kind of stuff. So anytime that I'm retelling a story, it can't just be regurgitating something interesting. It has to have some kind of relevance to today. And I wrote Winnie Ruth Judd play with a friend of mine, Kathy Dressbach, and we're hoping that it will see the light of day soon. We're just crawling out of this pandemic now, and the theaters are finally starting to reopen. And so I hope it'll get some eyeballs on it.
Absolutely. And Ben, you also were the founder of the Mill Avenue Theater.
Yes.
Which was very, very successful here back in the 80s and 90s.
That's how I met Gene, and Gene was a big part of that.
Right. And,
my first professional gig was at Mill Avenue Theater.
Well, so let me just say about Wallace and Ladmo that for our radio enthusiast friends, Wallace was a huge fan of Fred Allen. And a lot of his humor was influenced from Fred Allen and his name just went right out of my head. He had the mustache, smoked the big cigar, and had a tragic early death in a car accident.
Ernie Kovacs.
Ernie Kovacs, thank you, Ernie Kovacs.
It sounded like you were describing Groucho Marx for a second, but when you
said I thought it was Marx.
Yeah, but I had Eddie stuck in my head and not Ernie, so that's why I couldn't come up with it. But Wallace was a huge fan of Ernie Kovacs and Fred Allen, and so therein lies the source of a great deal of what they did. And Pat McMahon, who was the third man on the team, had been raised in vaudeville. His parents were vaudevillian performers. And so a lot of the comedy sketches that Pat participated in were almost straight out of vaudeville, had that vaudeville flair and flavor to it. And I'll tell you, and Ben, you and I are close to the same age. I won't say, I don't know how far apart we are, but we're close. And we both grew up watching Wallace and Ladmo.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but there were a lot of times that some of the jokes went over my head, and 2 or 3 years later, something would happen and it suddenly would click, and I'd start laughing for no apparent reason. And people say, "What are you laughing at?" I said, "I just got the joke from Wallace and Ladmo." It took me a while to figure out. They had a character on the show called Boffo the Clown. Oh yeah. I always thought Boffo was just a cranky kind of a guy. It wasn't until much later that I realized that he was actually hungover. Oh, is that okay? All right.
Yeah. Not so loud. Oh, I got a splitter that starts in my spleen.
Right. We have a quiz question here. And Gene, don't run away, because I want to talk about your background in a minute here.
Oh, no worries. Where am I going? The quiz is going to be it.
While we wait for our presentation, let's have a quiz. Question number 1. What was the film written by John Huston to feature Humphrey Bogart prior to their collaboration on the Maltese Falcon? Was it The High Sierra or High Sierra, Angels with Dirty Faces, or Brother Orchid? Now, host and panelists cannot vote. So if you're one of our attendees, which, by the way, I've been told that we have 101 registrants for this event this evening, and I can't tell you, that just sends my heart into overdrive. I just thank you so much, everybody. Yes, 101 registrants for this. That's unbelievable.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you everybody who signed up for this wonderful event. We really appreciate it for everybody involved. And then, yes, let me see here.
So while we're waiting on the results of the quiz, I wanted to introduce Gene Gansel a little bit more. Gene I'm not sure when exactly you moved to the Valley, but you and I have known each other since pretty much you got here. And you have your own production company, and you've done hundreds of commercials, both on camera and as producer director, I guess, video producer. And also you found a niche out at Arizona State University. And this has developed into a big project that's coming soon that I think some of our participants here would be interested in hearing about. And that's the Sidney Poitier Film School. Why don't you give us a little bit of your background and some of the things that you've done and talk about this new project at Arizona State University.
I'd be glad to. Thanks so much, Brad. You know, I mean, we all, actors live from gig to gig, you know, and the thing is, at a certain point you say, you know, I kind of like to get something that's kind of more dependable and regular. And I found that, but I found it after meeting some really awesome people, and one of whom is Ben Tyler, who gave me my first professional gig working over at Mill Avenue Theater. We ended up actually doing the Rocky Horror Show. And I was Brad, and the woman I was with at the time played Janet, and we had some amazing performers, and Ben directed, and it was a wonderful time. But I mean, that ran, well, the first show was Tomfoolery, and that ran almost a year. But I mean, I started at that point. By the time I got through Tomfoolery and got into the Rocky Horror Show, I already had an agent, and I had already done a couple of commercials. I've since done, since 1989, over 500 television and radio commercials. You know, at a certain point, you just stop counting. But I've been a member of Actors Equity for 25 years, and so I like to do a lot of theater. And it's funny, one of my favorite theaters is now going to do the Rocky Horror Show again. But it's always gig to gig. I've got an audition tomorrow for something for Banner Health. We just do our stuff. But Ben has been a great help in terms of my career, in terms of training, as well as being a director, and sometimes we'll go and audition against each other for stuff. Randy Messersmith, who founded Southwest Shakespeare Company and has been he spent many years in charge of the theater department at Scottsdale Community College. He got me teaching there about 18 years ago, and I taught screen acting and then advanced screen acting for them. And then David Barker, who also, actually, Ben Tyler is married to one of the former members of the mime troupe that David Barker began, Aurora Mime Theater, and I was a member of that for a long time. That's where I met Helen.
This is what happens when you stay in one place long enough.
I know, right? All of a sudden, we've got my career has been around here because I didn't want to move to Los Angeles and raise my kid there. So we stayed here, and it's been really a wonderful ride. And what's funny was I started teaching one class at Scottsdale Community College, and then eventually David Barker got me over to ASU, and I started teaching my screen acting shtick there. And then 20 years ago, I started doing production for nonprofits and live events for theaters and stuff like that. Just, I had a camera and I knew how to edit, but it ended up being something where all of a sudden the production, the film school at ASU, the part of the School of Film, Dance, and Theater said, hey, you can teach production? Come on, we got a class over here. And within 2 years after that, I became a lecturer, which means I got like insurance and that steady gig, which was really wonderful. And that was 2012. And now I teach a variety of classes. I was, for 3 years, the assistant director of undergraduate studies. If you had told me this in college, that I would be doing that job at a university, I would have laughed in your face. So, but where it is now is we have grown since 2006. This film school at ASU has grown from 20 students to 700 students. We have increased our faculty and all the things we do, and we finally got a connection in Los Angeles with Film Spark. They just bought the old Herald Examiner building downtown LA and is now part of our film school, as well as our design, the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts, the largest design school in the country. And now the Sidney Poitier New American Film School is getting a brand new building downtown Mesa, right across from the Mesa Arts Center, right next to City Hall. It's a $75 million facility with 4 studios, one of them being a multi-story VR, AR, virtual reality fantasy land that is being used. But I mean, 80% of that building that's being built is for film. And we have multiple studios, multiple sound, recording studios, state-of-the-art classrooms, and all the stuff that we really need. And we're finally able to use it. We have a soft opening in April, and I'm just so glad to be a part of that. And right now we're all getting ready to move, But what's fun and what I really enjoy doing are little weird things. I still do production for nonprofit organizations, veterans groups here in the Valley, and other groups, theater companies and stuff like that. And so, and I did a couple of readings. I got to read with Ben on the Winnie Ruth Judd play, which is awesome, by the way. And that's just the beginning. He didn't talk about like 6 other plays that I know he wrote, but that's okay. But the main thing is I've known Brad for a while and watched, the great comedians. He's a very talented person, and with a sense of history. He knows those voices and faces from the past. And when it comes to something like Reps, it's just a natural fit for you, Brad, and that's really awesome. And when you put this thing together, I'm like, I don't know if I have time enough to do this, but I'd love to be a part of it, and just being able to take a role as well as to do the editing. It was a real labor of love, and I'm really glad that I had the opportunity to put this together. And we ended up going, let's make this black and white and make it uniform and fitting to the time, and everything from the pictures that we use to the music to everything else. I mean, we're right there, I think, in the time, and that's what makes this production really wonderful and unique, and more than just a radio show. It's really fun in terms of what you get to see with the actors working together, not just one person at a time, but pairs and triples and that sort of thing. And editing it was a challenge, but I really enjoyed it. I like how it turned out. So I'm glad to be a part of this, and thank you so much, Brad. I hope I haven't overstayed my welcome. But
not at all.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, and Ben, and Ben. I have to tell everyone that this production was recorded in May of this year, and there were 8 different recording sessions that we had to coordinate with all of the different actors, and each recording session lasted anywhere from 2 to 4 hours that were recorded. And so that was a tremendous challenge for Ben and I, because I was in every session, of course, as Sam Spade. I had to be there for everything. And so it was a tremendous challenge for Ben and I for stamina, just, to make it through 2 to 4 hours of this stuff. And it would take me 4 to 6 hours to prepare to get ready. Some people know I have a little health challenge going on right now. And so you may hear me clear my throat or cough a little bit, and that's part of it. But I would have to go to great extents to open up my instrument and clear everything to make sure that I could speak and do what I needed to do for these sessions. And then we dumped it all in Gene's lap, and that's over 20 hours of footage recording that he had to whittle down to 57 minutes. And I did my best to help find transition slides and music and such. And Gene said, "Would you get out of my way and let me do this?" And
I didn't say that.
Oh, yeah. Well,
maybe you should have.
I got to tell you, Gene, it was to that. But Gene, absolutely. Well, I was nervous. This is my baby. This is my lifelong dream come true here. And so, but Gene absolutely went to the wall and over and above. And I think everybody's going to be very impressed with the music and transitions and the
sound effects
and
lots of sound effects.
Oh my goodness, lots of sound effects. But let me say this while we're almost halfway through the hour here, and I want to bring up a couple of things if I can. Number one, the we were hoping to have Lynda Day George here in the room, and Crescinda, her daughter, called me this morning, and apparently in Sequim or Squim, I don't. Everybody pronounces it differently, so forgive me, Washington, but I've heard it pronounced 8 different ways from Sunday. Squim, Washington, has had the county up there had some kind of a horrendous windstorm, and apparently where Lynda lives, they have lost power, and it's been out for over now 24 hours. And because of that, they cannot get online, don't have Wi-Fi and all of that. So we're very sorry that Lynda is not able to join us for this. She was planning on it, but the weather apparently did not cooperate. And so we'll hope that maybe a little bit later, if things change or whatever, Crescinda knows that they can jump in and jump on the Zoom chat anytime. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, while we were talking about editing and production, well, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Greg Oppenheimer. And I don't think Greg is in the room, and the reason for that is that he's expecting a grandchild this weekend. And I think Greg is out of town, for him at least, wherever he lives. And he's gone to his kids' locale, and they're waiting on the arrival of a grandchild. So, Greg, if you're listening at some point, we all wish you well and hope that all is a blessing and everything works out okay with the arrival of your new grandchild. So Greg is the one that got this started, really, because he kind of broke the ground to show how it's done in this new virtual reality world, this new Wi-Fi, Zoom connected, StreamYard, whatever, chat room kind of thing. And Greg figured a way to turn that into a recording of a radio recreation. And he's done, I think, about 4 or 5 now. The first one was Ethel and Albert with our old friend Stuffy Singer and Beverly Washburn. And then Greg was nice enough to figure out that he wanted to do a couple of George Burns and Gracie Allen shows. And so he asked me to be George, and Allison Arngrim, who was Nellie on Little House on the Prairie, she does a wonderful Gracie. And then Allison knows Rich Little, so we got Rich Little to play Jack Benny, and we were off to the races. We did that, and then we did a second one with just Allison and myself doing Gracie Does the Income Tax. Those are available on YouTube. You can watch them anytime. They're on my YouTube page as well. Brad Zinn Comedian. I want to look up my YouTube page. And then I asked Greg, a lot of people in the room may not know that Lynda Day George and I were supposed to do the Maltese Falcon at the Reps Showcase in March of 2020. Well, as you know, the pandemic hit in March of 2020 and everything went south. And then I got sick in April and have been dealing with that ever since. But Greg had a script for the Maltese Falcon. So after we finished the second Burns and Allen program, I said, Greg, what about doing the Maltese Falcon? He said, I've got other projects, but I'll give you the script if you want to do it. So, and Greg promised to help, what's the word? Advise, and give us consultation on how to do this. And so that's when I brought Gene and Ben on board. And Greg was nice enough to spend time and teach us how to do this. And of course, we had to get Lynda and all the cast together. But in what I'm trying to get to is this. In this new world, not everybody's video capabilities are the same or equal. Some folks have better Wi-Fi connections than others. Some have better cameras on laptops or camera phones, et cetera, phone cameras, et cetera. So when you watch this, you may notice that there is some difference between the quality of the different actors in terms of the video quality. And so I want to make sure that everybody realizes that we did the best we could. There were some days where the Wi-Fi connection was not great. And there is and the day that we had Lynda Day George, the Wi-Fi connection was not great. Lynda is drop dead gorgeous, but the video was not quite up to our liking, our desire. It's still very watchable and it's a-okay, but please know that it's not Lynda or any of the other actors, for that matter. It is merely the technology that was a challenge for us and gave us a bit of a headache in terms of quality control. But we did the best we could, and I hope that everybody can overlook that and just concentrate on the performances and not just on the video quality. But the editing, the sound effects, music, transitions, all of that, fabulous. But the video quality, again, it varied highly because of the different ways that we had to record this, different places at different times, and it wasn't always up to snuff, so to speak. So please don't hold that against us.
Hey, no apologizing. We do what we got to do.
Yeah. Well,
you've done the Lord's work. Stop it.
You put all these talents together. I mean, it really is a nice story, and it's told well, and so I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Sure, you bet. Well, I just in case anybody said, "Oh, the video," well, we did the best we could, and maybe next time we'll get it. Everybody will get better equipment or Wi-Fi connections or whatever, and it'll all straighten out.
We'll do this live. How about that?
There you
Why
go.
don't we do something? The next show we do it live, and we're all in the same room, and it's
there you go.
It'll be awesome.
Well, that's what we were. Ben says the best we could was pretty damn good. Well, I won't disagree with that.
Yeah,
we did pretty well. But again, there's a little inconsistency from spot to spot. So
yeah,
I
have to point out though, I've already listened to the first hour of the show, and it's smooth. It runs very smoothly as far as I'm concerned on an audio quality basis. The storyline moves very quickly, and that's the strength of the show.
Yeah.
So
well, thank you.
There's no dead spot.
And Brad, to quote another Bogart line from another film, "We all try, you succeed." So, yeah.
Well, this again, I want to tell everybody that Lynda and I were supposed to do this at the Reps Showcase, and it fell apart. And Greg showed us the way to do it virtually like this. And this has been on my bucket list for years. Lynda Day George and my family and her family have known each other since after the war in Joplin, Missouri. My folks moved here in '53. Her family moved here in '57. My dad and her dad had known each other in Joplin. And so there's not a day of my life that I have not known Lynda Day George. And she's been a huge inspiration to me. And I followed her career my whole life. And one of the reasons that I'm in show business is because she kind of showed the way. She kind of inspired me, and I said, I want to do that too, And she's been very sweet to me and very kind. And I think you're going to see in the interview, I mentioned it in the interview that some interviewers have not really given her the chance to express herself in any kind of a substantive way. It seems like it's always a very surface kind of thing, and I wanted to give her a chance to do something a little more in depth. I hope I achieved that and gave her the opportunity. And by the way, I couldn't have planned this. I swear to you, we did this interview back in May, and then it turns out that this week was the 55th anniversary of Mission Impossible. And Fox News ran a big interview article with Lynda about her career and Mission Impossible. And but what's in here, the quote in here is, "I'm ready to start acting again." And I thought, well, maybe she'll give us credit that, working with Brad Zinn in the Maltese Falcon has whetted her appetite to get back in front of the camera. But that would be hoping for too much. She's very sweet. this is a great article. If you get a chance to look it up on Fox News website in their entertainment section, and there's some really good pictures in the that accompany the article as well. So that's it. Let's see, we're at about 25 till the hour, and let's go to the results of the first trivia question. While we wait, question number one: what was the film written by John Huston to feature Humphrey Bogart prior to their collaboration on The Maltese Falcon? Was it High Sierra, Angels with Dirty Faces, Brother Orchid, or The Petrified Forest? Oh, I didn't see that one. Well, it looks like High Sierra wins with 80% of the vote. We have some pretty
correct
astute
answer. Yep.
And we have a pretty astute audience out there. So that scares me no end.
Yep. And I'm going to bring up the second question here.
Okay, go for it, Zach.
All right. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre went on to star in many films together, creating an indelible combo of sinister and charming all at once. What other film did they star in together that had a script written by John Huston? Was it Passage to Marseille, Casablanca, Three Strangers, or The Mask of Demetrios? And I will launch that quiz now.
All right, there it is. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre went on to star in many films, and they were sinister and charming. What other film did they star in together that had a script written by John Huston? Passage to Marseille, Casablanca, Three Strangers, or The Mask of Demetrios?
Yes, this is an interesting one.
Panelists
folks.
cannot vote, so just our participants can cast their vote now in the poll. Tell us which film you think was written by John Huston that featured Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre.
I know, but I can't vote.
I do know that Maltese Falcon was Sidney Greenstreet's first appearance in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
They had to add a wide-angle lens to get everything in the shot.
And does anybody know the story about how he, amongst his first days, he was so nervous, his hands sweating, his palms shaking, and he reached out to Mary Astor and said, "Hold me, my dear, I'm so nervous." He was that petrified about being on screen. And yet the results that we see in the Maltese Falcon are clearly that Sidney Greenstreet was just a late bloomer of brilliance to pop forth onto the silver screen.
Well, he had such a background in theater and depth. It was just translating that to film was a bit different. But you know, one of the camera techniques that John Huston used, sort of Orson Wellesian from Citizen Kane, was that low, very low camera shot up.
Down to the ground, yeah.
Yeah, low to the ground up to Sidney Greenstreet. Very effective and made Sidney Greenstreet look very imposing in the scenes that he was in. And I thought he was brilliant. And of course, I've always loved Peter Lorre, who just was so oily and creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And he was perfect in the role of Joel Cairo in The Maltese Falcon. Does anybody want to jump in here about the, this is a Dashiell Hammett novel that was adapted. Dashiell Hammett was also responsible for The Thin Man. Does anybody want to jump in as to why The Maltese Falcon was such a big hit, such a favorite, and why it's remained a classic cinema noir?
I'd love to get Ben's opinion on it, but if I could share from a young man's perspective,
Sure.
I do feel that one of the remaining elements of the Maltese Falcon that has stuck with us is that this is essentially the birth of noir before noir gets fully solidified with something like Double Indemnity. This is pre-noir. And we are treated to not just the anti-hero, but the seedier elements and the darker nature of man before we are given a full-blown exposure of it in the form of a questionable anti-hero in Fred McMurray with Double Indemnity, which then kicks off this post-war movement of the lurid and the depraved coming through. And these are things that obviously you see parodied a bunch in radio comedies of the era, not the least of which Jack's own show. But I also think it's those performances. Huston had the ability to get all those people in a room together. He knew what talent would work together, and giving them a chance to flex dramatic muscles that nobody else was taking advantage of. Nobody was giving Peter Lorre this kind of a role. They were relegating him to mad doctors or seedier villains. And this one's a little bit more of a henchman character that creates kind of arguably a whole new side genre for him that gets exemplified later in Casablanca and then upended in Passage to Marseille.
Right, exactly. So Ben, what do you think?
What I would say about that, first of all, I agree with everything Zach just said. It was really kind of an unusual thing. Bogart really got his start in those Warner Brothers gangster films. And that's how everyone knew him and Cagney. Cagney always said that he shot Humphrey Bogart in every movie that they made together. But the anti-hero was something that you said that struck me. To see how he treats women, to see the relationship between him and his secretary, which was really unusual. But at the same time, he was the good guy. And so that was kind of an unusual character to see in any film. And also Huston just did such a great job of surrounding Bogart with these characters, these little peripheral characters around him. Sidney Greenstreet's monkey boy, the guy who wants to be, the gun-toting gangster. It was almost kind of making fun of those characters that Bogart used to play in some of those gangster movies. I think at one point he says, what is the line, Brad? Something about the cheaper the talk, the
cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter.
That's it. The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter. So that's what I think one of the things that makes this film so unique. This is one of my all-time favorite movies. And they just did such a great job with it. And I can't imagine anybody else playing any one of these roles. But it's just such a great story. And that's it too. I mean, it's just a good story.
A couple of things. There is a fairly new Sidney Greenstreet biography out there. If you look at bearmanmedia.com, there's a fairly new one. I just had the author on. He's based in England. Dashiell Hammett's granddaughter, who I had on the show recently, she's been writing new books about her grandfather's work. So if you look up the Dashiell Hammett granddaughter, you'll find some new interesting material based upon Dashiell's life. I personally read his books. I think Huston and other people really stepped it up the notch. I think what makes Dashiell Hammett plot so well are the characters. And I think the storyline are strengthened through the movies and the radio broadcasts. So those are some of the things I've noticed. And just a sidebar, a lot of you know Tommy Cook. Tommy Cook taught tennis to Peter Lorre's daughter. So you ought to just give, the next time we see Tommy, you ought to ask you to share some of those memories. Because as many of you know, Tommy have taught tennis to all Hollywood. And I was one of the ones he remembers doing very well in the 60s. So.
And Walden, if I can jump in for a second, you might be have some new folks here in the room that maybe are not familiar with Yesterday USA and what you've done with that station and what it's all about. And if you want to give a plug and talk about that, you, Larry and John do yeoman work in keeping these radio shows alive and the memory of these different characters. And you ferret out people who have connections to all of that and interview them and preserve their memories for future generations. So Walden, give and then Johnny and Helen Holmes do the same thing with Woohoo Wednesdays. But Walden, talk about Yesterday USA for a minute.
I'll talk about, and I'll also give the reps line up a little bit, because I've pretty much booked out the next 6 months. I might as well get a quick plug for that. Yesterday USA been around since 1983. There's roughly 15,000 radio stations on the internet in the world. And so into the listenership, Yesterday USA has been ranked as high as number 3 in the world behind the BBC and CNN at one time. We're about number 44 right now. I have a personal interest in the history of Hollywood. So I've hosted over 2,000 interviews over the last 21 years with people who worked in the business. The 30s, 40s, and 50s are my interests.
He's
January,
guessing. He has not counted every one
I
of them.
I'm just doing the estimate of roughly. To do my low estimate, it would be about that. But January's done more. January's done a lot of those. In fact, Larry,
We started long before he did.
I know,
In fact,
but
he
I've done
tells
little
everybody. He tells everybody that he was just a little kid listening to us on the radio,
more. That's true.
which makes me feel good, really
It should.
excited.
In fact, I just tracked down Irene grandson this week, so I'm gonna see if we can get
Very
that
good.
one locked in.
Very good.
But no, this is sort of what we do on Yesterday USA. We play the old radio shows since 1983, but we do have a live nightly talk show, and we do a ton of interviews. Michael Dante will be our special guest on Monday. He did a lot of movies in the 50s and 60s. In fact, he was a bonus baby for the Boston Braves in 1950. And the big band leader, Tommy Dorsey, said, hey, you ought to go into the movies. So he went in 1955. And so he'll be our special guest on Monday. So that's sort of what you can find us at yesterdayusa.com. I am on the board of Spurvac, with the oldest of and the largest of the old-time radio groups. And we're booking meetings for that. But for reps, even though I do not live in Seattle, I got drafted to be the president. After this one, our next big event, it's going to be a live show in Zoom. We're going to do Suspense on October 20th, the recreation. And then our friend Johnny Holmes is going to put together a quiz, because he is the guy who knows horror and all the spooky radio shows. So he'll put together a quiz for us for that night. I think John Jensen is doing a history of Pearl Harbor, the 80th anniversary. He'll be doing that November the 10th.
Wow.
We are going to do probably 2 shows in December. We were hoping to produce a live recreation of a Christmas show. But we're going to probably be able to do that. We'll probably be able to do it at somebody's house, have it all set up with microphones and everything, and we'll just stream it live with video. But our friend Craig Wickman, who is the #1 historian of the Christmas Carol on the radio version, we're going to be doing a simulcast here on Yesterday USA, Radio Once More, and a reps meeting December 15th. In January, we're going to do a quiz show. A lot of us had a lot of fun putting up 2 panels. And then the first Saturday in February, W.C. Field granddaughter, Harriet, is going to be with us here for reps. Yeah, and she's going to do a wonderful presentation on her grandfather. And
Walden, let me jump in. I got to meet Harriet at the Spurdvac conclave in November of 2019. Ron Fields was there, her brother, and the other brother's name escapes me at the moment. But Ron and Harriet,
Alec,
and they did
Alan Fields.
Yeah.
Alec, yeah. And they did a feature presentation on the humor of W.C. Fields, and Harriet is leading the charge in getting the Fields films cataloged by the what is it, the Congressional Library of Congress. Thank you. Yeah, getting those films registered with the Library of Congress's classic films, and they are truly really nice people. Ron Fields' book, W.C. Fields and Me, I think is the name of it. Tells a great story. And of course, I do W.C. Fields in the Great Comedian Show. And we did a recreation of one of the Fields, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen feuds. And Phil Proctor, if Phil is anywhere in the room, Phil was Edgar Bergen. And I think Brian Hendrickson was Charlie McCarthy, and I was W.C. Fields. It was a huge amount of fun. And Walden, just one more thing before I let you take it back. Mm-hmm. It was Walden that reached out in the beginning, and really, truly, folks, I got to tell you, it changed my life. Eddie Carroll had been the go-to Jack Benny impersonator for many years. Nobody could touch him. He was absolutely tremendous. did a one-man show called Laughter in Bloom, toured all over the country. And Eddie and I were friends. He knew what I was doing. I knew what he did. I was hoping one day we would be able to get to work together. I wanted to do my George Burns to his Jack Benny. And it just never happened. And Eddie passed away very unexpectedly. And so the Reps and Spurdvac and these groups did not have a Jack Benny. And one day Walden, according to the tale of that I heard, asked Laura Leibowitz, who is the president of the International Jack Benny Fan Club, who do we get? And Laura was kind enough, nice enough to say, get Brad Zinn. And Walden called me, told me what this was about. Of course, I knew about Reps and Spurdvac because of Eddie Carroll. We were friends, and he had told me about these groups. And Walden said, would you be a part of, and before he could finish the sentence, I said, you bet, I'll be there. And Reps and Spurdvac have become a family to me and really have changed my life. I cannot thank all of you enough for taking me in and making me feel so welcome and a part of this group. And I'm really very, very grateful to all of you.
Brad, you're a lovely
Brad,
human being. I loved hearing that.
we love you, Brad. So we're just part of the family, and it's just you fit so well with how we do things here.
Thank you, Walden. Go ahead. I interrupted you. You were talking about what's coming in February.
Yep.
We got about five minutes. We got about 5 more minutes for.
So that will be the first Saturday in February, and then Lord willing, if we can maintain the pandemic, knock it down, we're going to try to Rep Showcase the last weekend in March.
Yay!
That is the plan. So
wonderful.
If we can pull that off, that's the plan. Of course, we're going to be monitoring the health situation and everybody. We're not going to take any risks with anybody, but we want to make it like we can enjoy it. That's sort of my goal. So keep track of the website, keep track of the newsletter, but that's my goal the last weekend in March if we can pull it off. So.
Fabulous. And Walden, Lynda has indicated that if that comes to pass, she's, God willing, everybody stays well and nothing happens between now and then. She's willing to participate in the next Reps showcase in March. So I mean,
so that means I need you and Brian and I need to set up what we're going to do with Lynda.
Absolutely. Bet. Yeah. All right. It looks like it's time for our poll question here. Question number 2. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre went on to star in many films together, creating an indelible combination of sinister and charming all at once. What other film did they star in together that had a script written by John Huston? Was it Passage to Marseille, Casablanca, Three Strangers, or The Mask of Demetrius? The polling has come in at 37%, says Casablanca.
Yes, that is not the correct answer, though, unfortunately. Casablanca, written by Howard Koch, along with Jesse and Philip Epstein, the Epstein brothers. The actual answer is Three Strangers from 1946.
Wow, and that only got 11%. So we've stumped the panelists here on that one.
Yeah,
but,
there is a story behind this that relates to the Maltese Falcon. Three Strangers was written to be some sort of a follow-up to the Maltese Falcon, with Huston commissioned to write it. When he pitched the idea to Hitchcock said, you need to film that immediately. Unfortunately, due to the wartime commitments Huston had filming the different documentaries he did for the wartime services, he was not available to direct this film. And so therefore, Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre were cast after several different roundabouts of casting that included such figures as Errol Flynn, before the final product came in with those two starring alongside Geraldine Fitzgerald for a tale of noir involving a Chinese idol and a wish amongst three desperate strangers.
Wow.
Yes.
Great story.
It's a wonderful film too.
and we all learned something tonight. So those of you that have jumped in and joined us on this marathon evening, you not only, I hope, are getting a few laughs, but you got to learn a little bit of film history tonight. Let me tell one quick story about the Maltese Falcon that Ben Mankiewicz, who is one of the hosts on Turner Classic Movies, I recorded the Maltese Falcon off of Turner Classic some years ago, and Ben Mankiewicz was the host. And of course, they always tell a little story before the movie starts, and then afterwards he comes back and tells some other story about the film. And in the Maltese Falcon, John Huston, this was his first directing experience, and he wrote the script, of course. And his father was the very famous actor Walter Huston, who starred with Bogart in High Sierra. And so John talked his dad, Walter, into playing the part of Jacoby, the captain of the La Paloma, I think it was, ship. And he's the one that brings I don't want to tip too much, but he brings the Maltese Falcon to Sam Spade's office. And he walks in the door, and all he has to do is walk in the door and fall over dead on the couch. That's it. That's all he has to do. There's no speaking. There's no lines. He just walks in with the package and collapses on the couch dead. Well, John Huston had a very strange sense of humor. And he made his dad do this scene over and over and over and over again. All day they did this scene of Walter Huston coming in the door, collapsing dead on the sofa. And after the day's filming that night, John Huston got his assistant director, or whatever, somebody, to call his dad, Walter, on the phone and tell Walter, we're sorry, you're going to have to come back tomorrow morning. We're going to have to reshoot the scene. And Walter Huston started, I guess, a string of expletives. And he was so upset and so mad that, this was really stupid that he was going to have to come back and do this silly scene over again. And then all of a sudden, Walter heard his son, John, laughing hysterically in the background. It was John's sense of humor that he had really stuck it to his dad and got him. And that's the story of the Maltese Falcon that Ben Mankiewicz related on Turner Classic Movies.
Wonderful. And I gotta love some Ben Mankiewicz telling me some stories. I gotta love it.
You bet. Well, he grew up in the industry and was around all these folks and was a part of it, just like so many other kids that have gone on to fame in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. All righty.
So it looks like we're about 3 minutes to 6. Is that right, Zach?
That is correct. Before we begin, I want to provide some quick info for everybody. In our preparation for this event, we have decided that we will indeed be playing the video over the Zoom chat. However, if you have any issues viewing for whatever reason, in the chat room section, you will find a link to the YouTube page for Reps Online, where you can watch the presentation should there be any issues on your end in watching the streamed presentation. If you have any further issues, please contact me through the chat. I will be here throughout the entirety of the event and the ensuing Q&A to address any and all issues that I can.
And Zach, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong here, the YouTube page, if somebody goes to youtube.com, the Reps page there is called Reps Radio. Is that correct? Reps Radio?
Yes, correct. Reps Radio,
that's how they
all
would,
one word.
That's how they would search Reps Radio, and the Maltese Falcon and the interview with Lynda Day George are set to premiere at 6 o'clock on the YouTube page and 7 o'clock for the interview. But we're going to stream them right here on the Zoom chat, and hopefully, Lord willing, the video will run uninterrupted and flow beautifully out to all of the folks that are with us tonight. And again, thank you all for tuning in. I really, you have no idea how excited I am to have you all here. It's really a pleasure. And this is, like I say, this has been a lifelong dream of mine to act with Lynda Day George. It's been on my bucket list, and I can cross it off now, and I can say it's done.
We're very excited to see what you've put together. I mean, I've already seen it, but I can't wait for everybody else to see it. It's going to rock. It's going to rock, guys. And yes,
right.
And as I said, that link will be coming into your guys' chat room right now, should you need to see it via YouTube. But otherwise, I'm going to get us ready to start playing the Maltese Falcon with Brad Zinn and Lynda Day George.
Thank you, and hope you enjoy it.
The House of Squibb presents Academy Award. Every week, Squibb brings you Hollywood's finest, the great picture plays, the great actors and actresses, chosen from the honor roll of those who have won or been nominated for the famous Golden Oscar of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And now, E.R. Squibb & Sons, manufacturing chemists to the medical profession since 1858, bring you the distinguished star, Mr. Humphrey Bogart, who as Best Actor of the Year was nominated for the 1943 Academy Award. Tonight, Mr. Bogart will play the famous role he created for the screen in The Maltese Falcon, the thrilling mystery which was nominated as Best Production of the Year for the 1941 Academy Award.
My name is Spade, Sam Spade, license number 357896, issued by the Police Department of San Francisco, occupation private detective, sometimes known as Private Eye. My files in the case of the Maltese Falcon are closed, but I've got the Maltese Falcon. I got it and some dough. 3 other people weren't so lucky. They got murdered. I'll tell you about it. This slick dame comes to see me one day. Effie announced her around 3 o'clock, said there was a girl to see me by the name of Wonderly.
There's a woman wants to see you, Sam. Says her name's Wonderly.
What is she, Effie? A customer?
Well, I guess so. You want to see her anyway. She's a knockout.
Well, shoo her in, Effie, darling. Shoo her in.
Will you please come in, Miss Wonderly?
Thank you. Mr. Spade?
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you, Miss Wonderly?
Well, I don't know where to start. I inquired at the hotel for the name of a reliable detective, and they mentioned yours.
I suppose you tell me about it from the very beginning.
Well, I'm from New York, and I'm trying to find my sister. I have reason to believe that she's here in San Francisco with a man named Thursby, Floyd Thursby. I don't know where she met him. I suppose we've never been as close as sisters ought to be. Otherwise, she might have told me she was planning on running away with him. Mother and father are in Honolulu. This would kill them. I've got to get her back before they come home. And they're coming home on the 1st of the month.
You've had word of your sister?
A letter from her about 2 weeks ago. It said nothing except that she was all right. I sent her a telegram begging her to come back. I sent it to General Delivery, which is the only address she gave me. I waited a week and no answer came. So I decided to come here myself. I wrote her that I was coming. I suppose I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Well, it's not always easy to tell what to do. You haven't found her.
No. I told her in my letter that I'd be at the St. Mark and for her to meet me there. I waited 3 whole days. She didn't come, didn't even send me a message.
Go on.
It was horrible waiting. Yesterday afternoon, I went to the post office and Corinne didn't come to pick up her mail, but Floyd Thursby did.
Did you speak to him?
He wouldn't tell me where Corinne was. He said she didn't want to see me. I can't believe that. He promised to bring her to the hotel if she would come. But he said he knew she wouldn't come, so he promised to come himself if she didn't.
Hiya, Sam. Say, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is my partner, Miles Archer.
How do you do?
Mr. Archer.
Anything I can do, Sam?
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
Uh-huh.
They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight at the St. Mark. He'll bring her sister with him, but the chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister and get her away from him and back home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, but you must be careful. I'm deathly afraid of him, of what he might do. She's so young, and him bringing her here from New York is such a serious... Well, mightn't he do something to her?
Just leave that to us. We'll know how to handle him.
I want you to know that he is a dangerous man. I honestly don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't think he'd hesitate to kill Corinne if he thought it would save him.
Could he cover up by marrying her?
No, he has a wife and 3 children in England.
Yes, they usually do, though not always in England. What time is he coming to see you?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly. We'll have a man there.
Oh, no, Sam. This is too important for that. I'll look after it myself, Miss Wonderly.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Oh, I brought some money. Will 200 be enough?
Yes. Oh, and by the way, it would be helpful if you would meet Thursby in the lobby.
Oh, I will.
You don't have to look for me, Miss Wonderly. I'll see you all right.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wonderly. I'll see you tonight.
Well, Miles, what do you think of her?
Oh, maybe you saw her first, Sam, but I spoke first.
I wasn't talking about her figure. What about her story?
Well, what about?
You've got a great brain, Miles. Yes, you have. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Miles Archer dead. Where? A Bush in Stockton, 15 minutes, thanks. Hello, Effie, it's me. Now, listen, Precious. Miles has been shot. Yeah, dead. Now, don't get excited. Yeah. Now, you'll have to break the news to his wife. I'd fry first and keep her away from me. Now, that's a good girl. Now, get right over there. You're an angel. Bye. I hurried down to Bush and Stockton. I found a beat cop working crowd control.
What do you want down here?
I'm Sam Spade, officer. Detective Polhouse phoned.
Oh, I didn't know you at first. They're back there.
Hello, Sam. I figured you want to see it before we took him away, seeing how he's your partner.
Thanks, Tom. What happened?
Got him right through the pump with this. It's a Webley. English, ain't it?
Yeah, Webley Fosbury, 45 automatic 8-shot. They don't make them anymore. How many gone out of it?
Just one. Shot up close, too. Blast burned his coat.
Who found him?
Man on the beat. His gun was tucked away on his hips. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned. Found a $100 bill in his vest pocket and 30-some bucks in his pants. You want to have a look at him before we get him away?
No, you've seen everything I could.
Was he working, Sam? Well?
Yeah, he was tailing a guy named Thursby.
What for?
We wanted to find out where he lived.
It's tough him getting it like that, ain't it? I mean, Miles had his faults just like the rest of us, but I guess he must have had some good points, too.
I guess so. Now, don't crowd me, Tom. I've got to go break the news to his wife. Miss Wonderly, please. Huh? Checked out. What time? Oh. Any forwarding address? Thanks.
All right, Spade, open up. We know you're in there, Spade. Come on.
Who is it?
It's Dundee and Polhouse. We want to speak to you.
Come in, Lieutenant. You guys pick swell hours to do your visiting in. Don't you know it's 3 a.m?
We don't have any hours on the force, Spade.
Hello, Tom.
Did you break the news to Miles' wife, Sam?
I don't know anything about women.
Since when?
What kind of gun do you carry?
None. I don't like them. Of course, there are some down at the office.
You don't happen to have one here?
No.
You sure about that?
Now look around. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you've got a search warrant.
We don't want to make any trouble, Sam.
I don't like this. What are you birds sucking around here for? Tell me or get out.
Why were you tailing Thursby?
I wasn't. Miles was. And for the simple reason that we had a client.
Well, who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
Ah, come on, be reasonable, Sam. Will you give us a break, will you? How are we going to turn up anything on Miles' killing if you won't tell us what you got?
Tom says you were in too much of a hurry to even stop and take a look at your dead partner. And you didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. We called your office, and the girl there said you told her to do it.
So, what of it?
I give you 10 minutes to get to a phone and do the talking to the girl. I give you 10 minutes to get to Thursby's joint, Geary and Leavenworth. You could do it easily in that time.
What's your boyfriend getting at, Tom?
Just this. Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after you left Bush Street.
Take your paws off me.
What time did you get home?
Just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
Yeah, we know you weren't here. We tried to get you on the phone. Where did you walk to?
Down to Bush Street.
Did you see anybody?
No witnesses. Well, I know where I stand now. Sorry I got up on my hind legs, boys, but you fellas trying to rope me made me nervous. Miles getting bumped off upset me, then you birds cracking foxy. But it's all right now that I know what it's all about.
Forget it, Sam.
Thursby die?
Yeah.
How did I kill him? I forget.
He was shot in the back 4 times with a 44 or 45 from across the street. Nobody saw it, but that's how it figures.
The hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing except that he lived there a week.
Alone?
Yep, alone.
Did you find out who he was? What his name was? Well, did you?
We thought you could tell us that.
I've never seen Thursby, dead or alive.
Well, you know me, Spade. If you did it, or if you didn't, you'll get a square deal from me and most of the breaks. I don't know if I blame you much, the man that killed your partner, but that won't stop me from nailing you.
Fair enough. But I'd feel better about it if you fellas would have a drink with me. There you are, gentlemen. Drink up. Success to crime. Good morning, Effie.
Oh, probably not.
What?
When I talked to Miles' widow, she had some wild ideas.
She thinks I shot Miles?
Yeah, so you could marry her.
The cops think I shot Thursby, the guy that Miles was tailing for that Wonderly dame. Who do you think I shot?
The police really think you shot this what's-his-name? Do they? Sam, look at me. You worry me. You always think you know what you're doing, but you're too slick for your own good. Someday you're going to find it out.
Hello. Oh, hello, Miss Wonderly. Where are you? What? The Coronet on California Street, apartment 1001. Okay, I'll be right over.
Mr. Spade, I have a terrible, terrible confession to make.
Go ahead, Miss Wonderly.
That story that I told you yesterday was just a story.
Oh, that. We didn't exactly believe your story, Miss Wonderly. Is your name really Wonderly?
It's O'Shaughnessy. Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
We didn't exactly believe your story, Miss O'Shaughnessy. We believed your $200.
You mean?
I mean, you paid us more than if you had been telling the truth, and enough more to make it all right.
Tell me, Mr. Spade. Am I to blame for last night?
You warned us that Thursby was dangerous. Of course, you lied to us about your sister and all that, but that doesn't count. We didn't believe you. No, I wouldn't say you were at all at fault.
Thank you. Mr. Archer was so alive yesterday, so solid and hearty.
Stop it. He knew what he was doing. Those are the chances that we take. Anyway, there's no time for worrying about that now. Right now, there's a flock of policemen running around out there with their noses to the ground.
Do they know about me?
Not yet. I've been stalling them until I could see you.
Do they have to know about me? I mean, can't you shield me so that I won't have to answer their questions?
Maybe, but I've got to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. I will later when I can. You've got to trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me. If you won't, help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're brave and strong. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely. Help me, Mr. Spade. I know I have no right to ask you. I know I haven't, but I do ask you. Help me.
You won't need much of anybody's help. You're good.
You're awfully good. It's chiefly your eyes and that throb you get in your throat when you say things like, "Be generous, Mr. Spade."
I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, not at all in what I said.
I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help to you unless I have some idea of what it's all about. For instance, I've got to have some sort of a line on your Floyd Thursby.
I met him in the Orient. We came here from Hong Kong last week. He promised to help me and took advantage of my dependence on him to betray me.
Betray you? How? Why did you want him shadowed?
I wanted to know how far he'd gone, who he was meeting, things like that.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
He had a Luger in his shoulder holster. Archer wasn't killed with a Luger.
Floyd Thursby always carried an extra revolver in his overcoat pocket.
Why all the guns?
He lived by them.
You picked a nice sort of playmate.
Only that sort would have helped me if he had been loyal.
How bad a hole are you actually in?
As bad as it can be.
A physical danger?
I'm not a hero, and I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Then it's that.
Oh, it's that. Surely as we're sitting here, unless you help me.
Who killed Floyd Thursby? Your enemies or his?
I don't know. His, I suppose. I'm afraid, and I don't know.
Who are his enemies?
There's a small, dark man with white teeth and a smooth, dangerous, fat man.
Oh, this is hopeless. How much money have you got?
I've got about $500.
Give it to me. There's only 400 here.
But I had to keep some to live on.
Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can. You needn't come to the door with me. I can let myself out.
He's back again, Sam.
Who, Effie?
The fellow who was here this morning. Here's his card.
Joel Cairo.
Mm-hmm.
Cairo. What is he, a character?
Uh-huh. Foreign type. Smells like gardenia.
Gardenia. Well, shoo him in, Effie.
Right. Will you come in, Mr. Cairo?
Sit down, Mr. Cairo.
I thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Cairo?
May a stranger offer condolences for your partner's unfortunate death?
Thanks.
May I ask, Mr. Spade, if there is a certain relationship between that unfortunate happening and the death a little later of the man Thursby? May I ask that?
No.
I beg your pardon. More than idle curiosity prompted my question, Mr. Spade. I'm trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped you could assist me.
Aha.
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird. I'm prepared to pay the sum of $5,000 for its recovery, and no questions asked.
5,000 is an awful lot of money. Come in.
Will there be anything more for me tonight, Mr. Spade?
Oh, no. Good night, Effie, and lock the door as you go, will you?
Mm-hmm. Good night.
That's a very interesting figure.
You will put your hands together at the back of your neck, Mr. Spade.
Huh? Oh, sure.
I shall shoot you if you try to stop me, Mr. Spade. But I must search your office.
You won't find anything but a pair of worn-out rubbers, a half pint of rum, and a pack of chewing gum.
We shall see. Please stand up. So.
Sure, this way?
No, the other way.
Sure. I'll take the gun, Mr. Cairo. Now get up.
I am very slow in things like that.
Yeah.
I'm still prepared to pay $5,000 for the return of the figure. Do you have it, Mr. Spade?
No.
If it is not here, why did you just risk serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
I should sit around and let people come into my office and stick me up?
You wish some assurance of my sincerity? A retainer?
I might.
Say $100?
You better make it 200. Thanks. Your first guess was that I had bird. Now, what's your second guess?
That you know where it is, or where you can get it.
Now, you're not hiring me to murder or do burglary, but to get back the bird in a lawful way, say from a dame with red hair or a smooth, dangerous fat man.
Oh, so you know. You must beware of them. They would stop at nothing. May I have my pistol now?
Huh. Yeah. I'd forgotten about it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Spade, you will kindly clasp your hands behind your neck.
What the?
Don't move, Mr. Spade. Don't move. This time I might shoot. I insist on searching your office.
Sure, go ahead. I finally got rid of him and started back to Bridget's apartment. Matter of fact, I had a hunch that Cairo was going there himself, and I started to tail his cab when a sad-faced guy poked something into my back and said,
"Come on, the fat man wants to see you." Here he is, Mr. Gutman, the guy that was talking to Cairo and the dame.
Ah, Mr. Spade.
Gutman.
We begin well, sir. I distrust a man who talks too much.
I like to talk.
Of course, talking something you can't do judiciously, unless you keep in practice.
Yeah.
Now, sir, we'll talk if you like, and I'll tell you right out that I'm a man who likes talking to a man who likes to talk.
Swell. Will we talk about the black bird?
Oh, you're the man for me, sir. No beating about the bush. Right to the point. Let us talk about the black bird by all means. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be got for that black bird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
Oh, no, not even if I thought so. You just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what the bird is?
Well, I know what it's supposed to look like, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
So O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is, and Cairo didn't either.
He offered me $10,000 for it.
10,000? And dollars! Not even pounds, mind you. Oh, they must know what it is. Or do they? What is your impression?
I can't tell. They're both lying.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide sweet world who does.
Swell, when you told me that'll make two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir, but I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Don't be foolish. You know what it is. I know where it is. That's why I'm here.
Well, sir, where is it?
Don't be silly.
You see, I must tell you what I know, but you will not tell me what you know.
That is hardly equitable, sir. No, I don't think we can do business along those lines.
Yeah? Well, think again and think fast. I can get along without you, and keep that Gunsel away from me while you're making up your mind. I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have the most violent temper.
Well, what are you wasting time for? You've got until 5:30, and then you're either in or out. For keeps. 3 characters and a black bird. All I knew was that my partner was dead, and the cops were getting very uncooperative about the whole thing, including who killed Floyd Thursby. I thought I'd better get back to see that O'Shaughnessy dame before it was too late. Sure enough, it almost was.
They came here and took him away.
Took who away? Who?
The police. They wanted to talk to you too. They took Mr. Cairo with them.
What was he doing here?
He came to talk about the bird.
What is this bird, this falcon that's everybody's all steamed up about?
What if I wouldn't tell you anything? Anything at all about it? What would you do? Something wild and unpredictable?
Maybe.
Well, it's a black figure, as you know, smooth and shiny, of a bird, a hawk or a falcon, about 12 inches high.
What makes it so important?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me, but they promised me 500 pounds if I helped them get it from the man who had it.
Go ahead.
They promised me 500 pounds to help them, and I did. And then we found that Joel Cairo was going to take the falcon and desert Floyd and me. So we did that to Joel first. But then I wasn't any better off than before, because Floyd hadn't any intentions of keeping his word and sharing equally. I had learned that by the time we got here.
What's the bird made of?
Porcelain or black stone? I don't know.
You are a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, don't brag about it. Is there any truth at all in that yarn?
Not much. That's some.
Well, we've got plenty of time. I'll put on some coffee and we'll try it again.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. Darling, don't stare at me like that. Come closer, darling.
It is something to do while we're waiting.
Kiss me, Sam Spade. Kiss me.
It happens every time. I'll get it.
Be careful, darling.
Okay, come on, you. He wants to see you.
Well, if it isn't the fat man's killer. Hello, Paleface. How many'd you bump off today?
Oh, keep on riding me. You'll be picking iron out of your liver.
Yeah. The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter, huh?
Darling, what does he want?
He wants me. The fat man's been thinking things over.
Well, Mr. Spade, I must apologize to you for sending for you in this fashion.
And never mind. Let's talk about the bird.
All right, let's. What do you know of the order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem?
Crusaders or something, weren't they?
Very good. In 1539, these crusading knights persuaded the Emperor Charles V to give them the island of Malta. He made but one condition. They were to pay him each year the tribute of a falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
Have you any conception of the extreme, immeasurable wealth of the order at that time?
Well, I would imagine they were pretty well fixed.
They were rolling in wealth, sir. They hit upon the happy thought of sending their emperor for the first year's tribute, not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Allow me to replenish your drink, sir. Well, what do you think of these knights?
I don't know.
Well, sir, the glorious falcon never reached Spain. Buccaneers raided the galleon. In 1713, the bird showed up in Sicily. In 1840, in Paris. And it had by that time acquired a coat of black enamel, looking like nothing but a fairly interesting black statue. In 1923, a Greek dealer found it in an obscure Paris shop. He knew what it was. I heard about it in London and rushed over to buy it. But the Greek was murdered and the falcon gone. That was 23 years ago. For 23 years, I've searched for the bird. I traced it to the home of the Russian General Kamadov, but he wouldn't sell, even though he knew nothing of its value. I was forced to send my agents after it. They got it, sir, but I haven't got it. But I'm going to get it, sir. How soon are you willing to produce the falcon?
Couple of days.
That is satisfactory. Well, sir, here's to a fair bargain and profits large enough for both of us.
Well, what's your idea of a fair bargain?
Shall I say 100,000?
Why not?
What would you say to 250,000?
Oh, then you think the thing is worth $1 million?
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Hey, I feel kind of funny, Gutman. That drink.
Oh, my dear man, how could you suggest anything so crude? Wilma? Wilma!
Yeah? Oh, the drink got him, huh?
Put your guns away, Wilma. You must learn to be subtle in these things, like me.
Out like a light, huh? I owe him something, the louse. He thinks he's so tough. Let's see if he can take this. This.
That's enough, Wilma. You've kicked him enough. We must be going, and it'll never do to kill him here. Besides, Wilma, you know how I hate the sight of blood.
In a moment, you will hear part 2 of the Maltese Falcon. But first, we want to thank Warner Brothers for making this story available. And one thing more. On August 6th, Warner Brothers will celebrate the 20th anniversary of Sound Pictures. We congratulate Warner Brothers on this historic anniversary. And now, the House of Squibb presents Part 2 of Academy Award, starring Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon.
I guess the name of Sam Spade was a cinch for the back page obituaries, but I came out of it somehow and managed to pull myself together. After splashing some water on my face, I gave Gutman's apartment a good going over. In the wastebasket, I found a newspaper folded to the steamship news. There was a list of arrivals, and one was marked. It said 5:35 p.m., the La Paloma from Hong Kong. That was good enough for me. I got a cab and rode down to the docks. The La Paloma was on fire from stem to stern, and it was burning beautifully. I went back to my office to hold my aching head and think things over when the door opened and a tall guy in a long black overcoat stood there with a package in his hands, making gurgling noises before he fell like a tree. He should have. He was dead. I reached into his coat and found his wallet. His name was Jacoby, first mate off the La Paloma. I unwrapped the package and there it was, the black bird, the Maltese Falcon. I grabbed the phone and listened. It was Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and she said she was in trouble. I found her shivering on a dark corner next to an office building. I took her and the Falcon home to my apartment. I put her on the couch. I put the Falcon in the icebox where no one would think to look for anything, including ice. I came back in and switched on the lights and found a surprise party waiting to greet me.
Well, sir, we're all here. Now let's sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Sure. Get away from me, Gunsel. You're not gonna frisk me.
Stand still. Shut up.
Put your paw on me and I'm gonna make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shot up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. You're certainly a most headstrong individual, Mr. Spade. Well, let's be seated.
You too, Cairo. You can put down your gun too.
Of course, Mr. Spade. I was only using caution, as it were.
Are you ready, Gutman? Are you ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
Well, sir, as to that, here are $10,000.
Oh, we were talking about more money than this.
Yes, sir, we were. But this is genuine coin of the realm, sir. With $1 of this, you can buy $10 of talk. Besides, there are more of us to be taken care of now.
That may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I should not think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me. I will come to the money later. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy. The police have to have a victim, somebody they can stick for these 3 murders.
2. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. What difference does it make? The point is, we've got to give the police...
Come, Mr. Spade. You can't expect us to believe at this late date. You are the least afraid of the police. Or that you're not able to handle...
I'm up to my neck, Gutman. I've got to come through with somebody, a victim, when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him the Gunsel. He actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to the cops.
Get up on your feet. I've taken all the riding from you I'm gonna take. Get up! Shoot it out!
Now, Wilma, don't shoot.
There, Gunsel. That'll take care of you. Put him on the sofa. Sorry, Bridget, but you seem to have recovered.
I'm all right.
Good. Well, gentlemen, there's our fall guy. Now, gentlemen, you agree or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole lot of you in.
Mr. Spade, I don't like this. What if we, took matters into our own hands and killed you?
You won't, or you'll never find the Falcon.
True, but there are other ways. We could make you talk.
No, I'd take it and make you kill me, and then you'd end up the same way.
I believe you would too.
Well?
I've always felt toward Wilma like a father. But you can have him.
Now let's get the details fixed. Why did he shoot Thursby?
Thursby was Miss O'Shaughnessy's ally. We thought that in disposing of him, we could teach Miss O'Shaughnessy to patch up her differences with us.
And the mate from the La Paloma?
That was Miss O'Shaughnessy's fault. Cairo got in touch with me when he saw the notice of the ship's arrival. He remembered that the first mate and Miss O'Shaughnessy had been friendly in Hong Kong. He called on this man, but he, with Miss O'Shaughnessy and the bird, slipped through our fingers. We followed them to her apartment, and Wilmer shot the mate as he was coming down the fire escape. He shot him many times, but the man was tough. He did not drop the Falcon. We persuaded Miss O'Shaughnessy to call your office, but unfortunately, she did not call in time to prevent you from meeting the mate and getting the Falcon.
I see.
And now, sir, would it be presumptuous if we were to ask to see the Falcon?
Okay. It's in my icebox.
Icebox? I say! Oh, you are a character, sir. Yes, very clever of you. Very.
I've got it, sir. I've got it.
Bring it in here at once.
Here. Wrapped in this.
Oh, now, after 23 years. Oh, it is it. Oh, let me make sure. Hand me your knife, sir.
Here.
I'll peel off some of this disfiguring enamel. Wait. It's a fake.
All right, O'Shaughnessy, you've had your little joke. Now tell us about it.
No, Sam. No. That's the one I got from the Russian, I swear.
You bungled it, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it. The Russian caught on how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile! You bloated idiot!
Yes. This is the Russian's hand. There's no doubt of it. Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we go to Istanbul and interview our Russian friend?
Go to Istanbul?
For 23 years I've wanted that little item and have been trying to get it. If I must spend another year on the quest, well, that will be an added expenditure in time only.
I'll go with you. Wilmer's gone.
Wilmer's gone. So he has. Oh, that makes it imperative that we go too. Oh, by the way, sir, I'll trouble you for my envelope containing the $10,000.
I kept my end of the bargain, but I'll settle for $1,000 for my expenses.
Thank you, sir. I'll allow you the $1,000.
That'll take care of my time.
Now, sir, we'll say goodbye to you, unless you care to undertake the Istanbul expedition with us. You don't. That's too bad. Well, sir, the shortest farewells are best. Adieu. Oh, and to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy. I leave the rara avis there on the table as a little memento. The Maltese Falcon.
Hello, is Sergeant Polehouse there? Yeah, put him on. This is Samuel Spade. Hello, Tom. Now listen, I've got something for you. Thursby and Jacoby were killed by a kid named Wilmer Cook. Yeah, he's about 20 years old, 5'6", wearing a gray overcoat. He's working for a man named Casper Gutman. You can't miss Gutman. He must weigh 300 pounds. That fellow Cairo is in with them, too. They just left here for the Alexandria Hotel, but you'll have to move fast. They're blowing town. Now, watch yourself when you go up against the kid. Yes, that's right. Very. Good luck, Tom. All right, O'Shaughnessy, they'll talk when they're nailed about us. We're sitting on dynamite. We've only got minutes to get set for the police. Now give it all to me, fast. When you first came to my office, why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I told you, Sam. I thought he was betraying me, and I wanted to find out.
That's a lie. You had Thursby hooked and you wanted to get rid of him before Jacoby came with the loot so you wouldn't have to split it with him. Isn't that so? What was your scheme?
I thought if he knew someone was following him, he'd be frightened into going away.
Miles wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted the first night. You told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes. But please believe me, Sam. I wouldn't have told him if I thought Floyd would kill your partner.
Miles hadn't many brains, but he had too many years of experience as a detective to be caught like that by a man he was shadowing up a blind alley with a gun tucked away on his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that. He'd have looked you up and down and licked his lips and gone, grinning from ear to ear. Then you could have stood as close to him in the dark as you liked and put a bullet through him with the gun you got from Thursby.
Don't talk to me that way, Sam. You know I didn't know.
Stop it. Why did you kill Miles?
I didn't mean to at first. Really, I can't look at you and say this.
You thought Thursby would tackle him. If he got Thursby, you were rid of him. If Thursby won, you had something on him, enough to be rid of him for good. Wasn't that it?
Something like that.
But when Thursby backed down and you took the gun and did the job yourself.
Oh, Sam, sweetheart. From the very first moment I saw you,
You, Angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of Tehachapi in about 20 years. And you come back to me then. I hope they don't hang you by that precious sweet neck of yours.
You know deep down in your heart that in spite of everything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. I'm not going to play the sap for you. I won't walk in Thursby's and how many others' footsteps. You killed my partner and you're going over for it.
Why must you do this to me? Surely your partner wasn't as much to you as...
Listen to me. This won't do any good. You'll never understand me, but I'll try once and then give it up. Listen, when a man's partner is killed, you're supposed to do something about it. And it happens we're in the detective business. Well, when one of your organization gets killed, it's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad all around. Bad for every detective, everywhere.
You can't send me to the... Sam, you can't. You love me. You know you do.
Maybe I do. What of it? Maybe next month I won't. I've been through it before. I'll have some rotten nights after I've sent you over, but sure, that'll pass. I want you, sure, but I won't take you at the price because all of me wants to, regardless of the consequences. And because you counted on that with me, like you counted on that with all the others.
Would you have done this to me if the Falcon had been real and you'd gotten your money?
Don't be too sure I'm as crooked as I'm supposed to be. That sort of reputation might be good business, bringing high-priced jobs and making it easier to deal with the enemy. But a lot more money would have been one more item on your side of the scale.
If you loved me, you wouldn't have needed any more on that side. Oh, Sam, darling, kiss me. Kiss me.
Come in. Oh, hello, Tom. Lieutenant, they got him?
Got him.
Well, here's another one for you. She killed Miles, and I've got some exhibits. The boys' guns, one of Cairo's, and the $1,000 bill I was supposed to be bribed with. What's the matter with your little playmate, Tom? The lieutenant looks broken-hearted. I'll bet when he heard Gutman's story, he thought he had me.
Come, cut it out, Sam.
Well, shall we be getting down to the hall?
Let's go, miss. Here's your coat.
Oh, and Tom, you probably want to take this black statuette here. It's what all the fuss was about.
Okay. Yeah, it looks heavy. What is it?
The stuff that dreams are made of.
This is John Jensen bidding you good night until next time at this same time when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squib, a name you can trust. Our cast this evening included Lynda Day George as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Brad Zinn as Sam Spade, Melinda Peterson as Effie Perrine, Ivan Curry as Detective Polhouse, Philip Proctor as Lieutenant Dundee, Ben Tyler as Casper Gutman, Gene Gansel as Joel Cairo, David Osman as Miles Archer, Brian Hendrickson as Wilmer Cook, Brian Haygood as the police officer, and I'm John Jensen, your announcer. Our director is Ben Tyler. Our editor is Gene Gansel. Production consultant, Greg Oppenheimer. This production is a project of Brad Zinn Entertainment Enterprises in association with the radio enthusiasts of Puget Sound. Please stay tuned for an interview with Lynda Day George immediately following. On behalf of all of us at Reps, thank you for tuning in.
Wonderful job, Brad.
Thank you so much. Now that'll be available from now on the Reps Radio YouTube page. And starting tomorrow night, I've set this to debut on my YouTube page, Brad Zinn Comedian. So tomorrow night, you can watch it on either Reps Radio YouTube page or Brad Zinn Comedian YouTube page. And please feel free to share it. If you've enjoyed it, we'd love to have a lot of folks see it. So let's, if you like, share it, post it, whatever, and we'll continue to watch the numbers grow. And now, thank you. I'm getting all these comments coming in here on the chat, and thank you all. I really hope you're going to enjoy this interview with Lynda Day George. Like I said, I've known her all of my life. Zach, do you have the picture of Lynda's mom and dad handy? Is that something that you've got there?
I will get it pulled up right now, sir.
Okay, we've talked a lot about in the interview about Lynda's family and my family because we've been friends forever. And in the interview, there's no photograph of Lynda's mom and dad, but I'd like you folks to see a picture of Betty Whitehead and Del Whitehead as soon as Zach can bring it up there so that you'll kind of see what they look like and have a feeling for them when we talk about them in the interview. So, wow, there they are, sitting in our living room, my folks' living room some years ago, but that's Betty Whitehead and Delmar Whitehead. And you can see that Lynda gets her good looks from Betty. She was a stunning lady and a beautiful lady. And she taught poise and charm at the Flair Modeling School when Lynda was just a young girl, barely out of elementary school. And that's what got Lynda started in modeling. So there they are, so that you have a kind of a reference now, what they look like when we talk about them in the coming interview, which should be starting any minute now.
Yes. And as before, if you have a preference to go over to the YouTube, I will be providing the link here in just a moment. I will put that link into the chat via my other chat device. after we make sure that the feature presentation has rolled. So just give me one quick second here.
We'll see you at the end of the interview. Come on back and we'll talk.
Good morning, Mr. Zinn. The photo you are holding is of Lynda Day George. She is an award-winning actress with valuable Hollywood and show business stories to tell. Your mission, Zinn, should you decide to accept it, is to find Lynda Day George living on the Pacific Coast, somewhere in the state of Washington, and force her to tell her story to a worldwide audience. As always, should you or your IM force be caught or killed, the Reps Secretary will disavow any knowledge of your actions. Good luck, Mr. Zinn. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds because it's a cheap import and the warranty has run out.
Hello, everybody. This is Brad Zinn, and welcome to Mission Possible, an interview with Lynda Day George, the award-winning actress, and had a career that spanned from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. And she's with us here today from her home somewhere, secluded in the state of Washington, somewhere near the water. Lynda, welcome, welcome, welcome. And you say hello to all of our Reps family, our radio enthusiasts at Puget Sound, and all the folks that are watching that absolutely adore you like I do.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to talk about your life and career today. I've seen a number of interviews with you, and a lot of times I felt that they were kind of shallow, not in terms of you, but in terms of the interviewers. They didn't get very deep into things with you. And I want to hopefully give you a chance to talk about your life and career, maybe in a way that you've never had a chance to do before. So let's start with, you were born on, and I'm not going to give the year, but you were born on December 11th, which is one of the reasons I like you, because you're a Sagittarius. And my birthday is December 15th. So
yes,
4 days apart.
And my brother's birthday, my brother Dick, his birthday was the 16th of December.
Oh, no kidding. No kidding.
Yeah.
So I got in between you two there.
Yes.
Well, I remember Dick very fondly, and we'll talk about him as we go. You were born in Texas.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, and if you wish to talk about it, that's fine. But at some point, you and your mom and your brother moved to Joplin, Missouri. What precipitated that, if I may ask?
Honestly, I don't know. I have
okay.
no idea, other than I think my dad had been transferred, because I think it was 45 or 6. I can't remember whether it was 45 or 6, but he was transferred back there. And so we all moved back there at that time.
And then at some point, my folks, after the war, and my sister moved to Joplin, Missouri from Topeka, Kansas.
Yes.
And my dad somehow knew your soon-to-be stepfather, Del Whitehead.
Yes.
And your mom and Del got married in Joplin, Missouri.
Joplin.
And then my folks moved to Phoenix in May of 1953. And I understand that your folks and you and your brother moved to Phoenix in 1957. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And
the hottest summer in my history.
Yes, it's sweltering here, and it's never gotten any better. But it's a dry heat. Like your oven,
that's the good part,
like your oven, it's a dry heat. So the story that I got, that I grew up with, was that my folks were in. You got to understand, Phoenix was not that big a town back in 1957. It was still a fairly small town. And my folks were in the grocery store, and from behind them, my dad heard somebody say, Clarence, turned around, and it was your stepfather, Dell. They ran into each other in the grocery store, having known each other from Joplin. Yes. And that was the beginning of a lifelong friendship. There's not a day of my life that you were not a part of it, and you and your mom and your stepdad and your brother Dick and your stepbrother Delmar Ray, we are like family. And so what we're going to talk about in terms of this interview here today, if someone didn't know us and didn't know that background and that history, they would think that I'm some kind of a stalker, because I know so much about you and have collected so much material and so many photographs over the years that are in the family album. And it's all because I've known you all of my life. And believe me when I say that growing up around you, and my parents were so high on you, they always spoke so highly of you and pointed you out to me and said, look at Lynda, she's doing this and that and the other thing. And I have always admired you and looked up to you and I've always wanted to emulate your success in show business, because you were the glamorous Hollywood star that I could say, I know her. And for a kid growing up in Phoenix, that was, I could dine out on that, because I knew Lynda Day George. So that's where we start. Now, in your early days, you started fairly young in terms of modeling and beauty contests. And I want to bring your mom into this for just a moment, because at your mom's memorial service, which I attended, there's one thing I learned about your mom that I never really knew until that memorial service. And that was that your mom was a teacher, and she taught, and you're going to have to fill me in. Was it poise or a charm, or what did she teach?
Poise and charm.
So I got it right.
Yes, you did. At the modeling school there in Phoenix. And forgive me, but I cannot remember the name of the modeling school at this moment.
Quite right. Yeah, that's quite all right. The point, the bottom line is that I think that your mom had a tremendous influence on you, did she not? I mean, here you are being raised in a home with a mom that teaches poise and grace and beauty and charm and all of that sort of thing.
Yes.
And you certainly had the looks and the stature and the ability to walk into a modeling agency, and they would say, hey, she's for us. They would want you. But you started so young. But here's an interesting story, and I want to bring this up now. You dated somebody here in Phoenix when you were in 8th grade. Now we're gonna show this picture, and what I want you to say is, you may not recognize that young gentleman in the military uniform. Tell us who that is and how you met.
That's Wayne Newton.
Wayne Newton.
Mm-hmm. And we met, actually, we met as a result of that beauty contest, because I was, this is crazy, I was 12 at the time that we first met. And I was handing out brochures for the modeling school with, let's see, was it Linda Carter, I think.
Even back then?
I think so. I believe that's who I was standing with.
Flash, this is big news. Flash.
And we were handing out these brochures. And oh gosh, who's the other? Well, anyway. And I'm trying to remember what store it was that we were standing outside of. It seems to me that it was like a beauty supply or something like that.
Sure.
Yes. And actually, Wayne and his brother
Jerry
had come, just come from the guitar store, I believe.
Oh, okay.
It was just down the way from where we were. And that's where he introduced himself to me, and he seemed so charming and gallant and a really lovely, fresh personality, clean and just really nice. So after we met, I introduced him to my mom and dad and my the rest of my family. And he had asked me if it would be okay if we went out and got some ice cream together with his brother Jerry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now you went to West High School here in Phoenix, yes. and Wayne and Jerry went to North High School.
North High School, yes.
And so a lot of people think you went to the same high school together, but that's not true.
No.
But obviously, well, the story that came to me, and your mom told me this.
Okay.
Was that Wayne, I don't know if you know this, but Wayne is said to have carried a torch for you for many years. And that's why he never married until late in life, because he was so enamored with you that he carried a torch for you for many years. That was the story I was told. So
that's really neat.
Yeah, and our family, my family and your family, were with Wayne Newton when he opened at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. I have the pictures in the album of my sister and her husband and my mom and dad and your mom and dad, and everybody's in the dressing room, and Wayne's in his robe and Jerry's there and Tommy Amato and the drummer and all.
Yes.
It was a big night. It was a big night. Listen, you went to West High School, and you also, and I'm going to show you this now.
Oh my God.
You were the West High representative for the Maid of
Cotton. Yes.
And tell us a little bit, just briefly, little something about the Maid of Cotton.
Gee, I don't remember a whole lot about that, except that it was an amazing honor that I somehow was presented with at my high school, and I was so taken by that. I had no idea that was going to happen.
Well, you were chosen by your fellow students, were you not?
Yes.
And that's a very high honor to be picked by your fellows. That's like being the queen of the prom or whatever, or the homecoming queen. Right.
Yes.
So now you hooked up with a modeling agency when you were very young here in Phoenix.
Yes.
Out of New York. Is that the Ford Modeling Agency? Is that right?
That's correct.
And you started going to New York when you were just a teenager.
Yes, I did. I was, 14, I think 15
was the first year that I went to New York
Wow.
for the summer.
Wow.
And I had a really wonderful time.
Now, how did a 15-year-old young girl navigate her way through New York? I mean, were your mom and dad apoplectic about this, or supportive, or how did you manage that?
Well, the first time I went, my mom was with me.
Oh, okay.
And we went to see the Johnny Carson show.
Oh, you saw a taping of the Tonight Show. Wow.
Yes. And let's see, what was the question? What? I'm trying to remember.
That's some wild and crazy stuff. I'm so jealous. So jealous you got to see Johnny and I didn't.
Oh, that's neat. He was just, well, I have to tell you that I met him again when I watched you doing that wonderful impression on the tape.
Thank you. Thank you.
Seriously, you were magnificent. I'm not joking. Absolutely magnificent.
Thank you.
I was amazed because you were doing Jimmy Durante at one point, and
yes.
I thought it was him.
Oh, wow.
So there.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, sweetheart. You know, I worked 2.5 years on researching and writing that show. And obviously I had grown up with Johnny Carson and George Burns and Jack Benny and Jimmy Durante, and, you know,
all of those
on
people,
television,
yeah.
that was the golden age of television.
Yes.
And so I knew who these folks were. I wanted to preserve their memory and pass them on to the next generation. And I've been so fortunate that for 20 years, I've been able to tour that show literally around the world.
Yes.
And at the London Palladium and all across North America and on cruise ships around the world. So thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. It's a labor of love, truly.
Yes, I can tell that in watching it.
Well, thank you. I want to get back to you. I want to get back to you, though. So you go to New York. You're with what is it? The Eileen Ford Agency? Is that right?
Modeling agency, yes.
And
actually, I was with her. One of her models left New York and moved to Phoenix and opened this agency. And she had contact with Eileen all the time. And she mentioned to Eileen that she thought that I would do well in New York. So that's how that all happened.
That was a big boost. So one of the first jobs you got, I think, was this print ad for Chanel number 5. Is that right?
Yeah.
Chanel number 5. And then eventually you move into doing TV commercials besides the print ads. One of those is, and we're not going to show it, but one of those was a White Rain, I think White Rain shampoo. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
And that video, if anybody wants to see it, it's on YouTube. You'll have to search for it a little bit, but you can see it on YouTube. But the other, and this is where I come in. Lynda, the very first thing I remember that I have recollection of you was when you became the Dove soap girl.
Oh my gosh.
Try Dove on this
One
cheek.
side of your face with soap, and then wash the other side with Dove.
And boy,
I remember.
You were big in my eyes. I mean, you were the Dove soap girl. I still use Dove soap to this day. That's the truth. Seriously, I've tried other soaps and I don't like them.
They're just not the same.
They're not. So I'm a Dove soap boy because of you. Anyway, I want to show this. It's a 1-minute commercial of you. You had done all the print ads, but now this is a 1-minute commercial from the early 1960s of the Dove soap commercial. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this commercial message from Dove Soap.
Thank you.
How can you tell the difference between Dove and soap? Dove comes in a bar like soap does. You use Dove like soap? I'll show you how to tell. Imagine a line down the center of your face. Now, lather one side with soap, then lather the other side with Dove. Now rinse. And pat dry. Now here's where the difference shows. Stroke the soap wash side. Notice how tight and dry your skin feels. Now the Dove side. Feel how much softer and smoother Dove leaves your skin. You see, Dove is 1/4 cleansing cream. Dove creams your skin while you wash. Try the Dove face test, and you'll never wash with soap again. I did, and I won't. Choose wonderful white Dove or new lightly scented pink Dove. You'll love both.
Okay.
There you go, Lynda. That was one of your big first jobs, was being the Dove Soap girl. And how long was that? Did that go for? Did they sign a contract with you for like a year, 2 years, or how long did you do that?
I actually did not sign a direct, you can only use me kind of contract with them, but they knew I was there and I would do the job for them. So
you bet. Well, you were terrific. Now you started to get into teen magazines, I guess. And here is apparently this is from a photo shoot.
Oh, yes.
Now this is actually, the picture is what we call a contact sheet. So I don't know if that was ever actually published, but your mom gave that to us, and we've had it ever since. So it's kind of a interesting little picture of you making a face into a mirror. But you say that was in a teen magazine?
Yes.
Okay.
Teen magazine.
Ah, okay. Well, see, you were getting.
I think it was that particular ad. I think was a Clearasil or something like that.
For a skin something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, now being a young girl and I'm just going to gloss over this lightly, but being a young girl in New York, and you were finally 18 and on your own and in New York, and New York is full of different kinds of folks, and maybe a little different than Texas and Phoenix. And you fell into a relationship, you got married, and that didn't work out. And you were, I assume, divorced, and you had a chance. Now, what I'm getting to is what happened subsequent to that is that you were offered the chance to go to Brazil and make a movie, and that movie was called The Gentle Rain. And we have a picture here
oh my goodness,
from The Gentle Rain. A publicity photo. Again, your mom supplied this to us in our
my goodness.
And your co-star in that film was Christopher George. Now, interestingly enough, I asked you if that was the movie on which the two of you met, and you told me no, you had met sometime before. Tell us that story.
Yes, I was in New York working consistently, and I walked in to one job. I think it was for Sears catalog. I'm pretty sure it was either Sears catalog or Montgomery Ward, one of those.
Either one, big catalog every year, lots of models. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It was always a big deal when it was catalog season. So, but I didn't know that. So I was happy working and working and working. And this particular day, I was going to have an all-day shoot for that catalog, whomever it was. And I walked in and I saw this amazing looking person standing across the way watching me come in. So I was really blown over. He was so good looking and so nice to me, and just a really warm gentleman. And guess what?
What?
We were shooting that day for bridal gowns.
No kidding.
Yes, no kidding. And
Talk
so
about foreshadowing. Yeah.
So I had a ball. We really enjoyed it because when you're doing catalog, you're doing a lot of different things. And so we were doing a lot of different things that day. But
Yeah.
the one that got my attention first was the bridal gowns. And they had rigged up this, this dressing room that was, I thought it was just my dressing room, but they had put up a blanket between that side and this side. And I did not share a dressing room with a man. That wasn't very nice. You weren't supposed to do that.
Well, it's like it happened one night with Clark Gable.
Yes. But I mean, I made sure that the girl who booked this shoot was in the dressing room when I was in that dressing room. There was nobody going to be in there except me.
Yes. Well, you've always had the reputation, always, as long as I've known you, of being a good girl. And
thanks.
So you met Chris on this shoot, and then I assume that you drifted apart. You didn't see each other for a while, and then you had the chance to go to Brazil and make the Gentle Rain with Chris, and that was kind of your escape from New York, a chance to recoup and recover from this relationship that didn't work out, and that led to a lot of other things, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Including a relationship with Chris and myself.
Sure.
I just, he was such a nice man and such a reliable person at that time. I really enjoyed his company. He was older than me, and I could talk to him, and he could kind of guide me through. He was like just a really good friend at that time.
Certainly.
So
and this was about the. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. We had gone out and had coffee together. I'll meet you over there after dinner. So, that kind of thing. And it was a really nice relationship. And I was pleased.
It was about this time that you gave birth to your firstborn child, a son. And his name was, well, we called him, when he was growing up, we called him Nicky. I guess now he's probably known as Nick.
Yes. Nick. That's
Nick.
for sure. Yes.
And tell us, I understand Nick has grown up to be a very successful young man.
Yes, he has. I'm very proud of him. He lives in Texas. And he has an amazingly beautiful wife who is like his armor against the world. She's just, she's a treasure.
Wonderful.
And any mother would be absolutely thrilled to have her as a daughter-in-law.
Now they have a son, is that correct?
Nick has a son with his first wife. And that was, everybody has that first one that didn't work or whatever.
Sure.
And this one didn't work. But Nick had a son, and his son's name is Christopher. So his name is
another Christopher George out there, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, that's kind of what I was leading you to. Now let's talk about your second. Just to cover the kids. Now you had a second child with Chris, Chris George, and this was about the time that you were doing, and I'll hold it up here, Mission Impossible.
Yes.
You started on season 6. We'll talk about that later. But tell us about, her name is Crescinda Casey. Why don't you explain to the folks how that name came about?
Well, I was in the hospital getting ready to have this baby, and we still had not picked out a name. And Chris's mom had a whole bunch of names, Penelope and I got something, I don't remember the other ones, but they were really unusual, but quite beautiful names, but they didn't seem to fit her. And so this name came to mind, which was Crescinda. It was part Chris and part Lynda. And so that's the one I wanted. That's the one. That's the one.
Yes, Crescinda, Chris and Lynda. And then Casey, where did Casey come
from?
Well,
Casey came from the show. Casey was my character name in the show.
In Mission Impossible.
Yes.
There you go.
And so,
well, listen, after the gentle rain, and you came back to the States, and you and Chris were an item, and you got married at some point, and you had Nikki and all that. Then you started to do a lot of episodic television. And I have dubbed you the queen of the premiere episode, because you were in so many premiere or pilot episodes. Just a few. Cannon with William Conrad, The Bold Ones with Burl Ives. House on Green Apple Road, that was with who?
That was with Christopher George.
And that became a series, not with Chris, but with somebody else, I think.
Yes.
And there were more. And you did, I was looking through your IMDb, Internet Movie Database. You've got 5 pages of credits in very small print here that I printed out. You have worked with some of the most amazing male stars, male counterparts, male actors that have ever been in this industry. And just quickly, I can tell you, this is a partial list. Martin Milner, Michael Landon, Robert Wagner, Billy DeWolf, Mike Connors, David Jansen, Van Williams and Bruce Lee, Burt Reynolds in Hawk, Ossie Davis in The Sheriff, William Conrad, Chris George, John Wayne was in Chisholm. I'll get to that in a minute.
Yes.
Was it Jane Wyman in Here Come the Brides?
Yes.
Jane Wyman and Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. in the FBI, which was one of my favorite shows growing up.
Mine too.
I love that show. I wish they'd bring it back. And then the movie of the week, Louis Jourdan and Wilfred Hyde White. I want to ask you about that. You worked with Nick Nolte, Buddy Ebsen, Jim Hutton, William Shatner, Dennis Weaver, Barry Newman in Petrocelli, Robert Young, Bill Bixby, David Carradine, Robert Urich, Bert Convey, Hal Linden, Angela Lansbury, Eddie Albert, Ricardo Montalban, Robert Guillaume. I mean, the list is just an incredible list of people that you worked with and appeared in so many TV shows and movies. Is there anyone, and that's not even a complete list, that's just a partial list.
I'm so fortunate.
Yes. Is there anybody that you wanted to work with that you never had the chance to work with?
There were a number of people that I would love to have worked with that had passed long before. You know, all those. And then I suppose Bette Davis was the one I really, really missed.
I'm sorry, who was that again?
Betty Davis.
Oh, Betty Davis.
Yes, I would truly have loved.
It's going to be a bumpy night.
Yes, thank you.
So now here's an interesting part of your career that I want, and this is what I said, I want to get into something a little deeper with you. And that is that you crossed over so many different genres in what you did. You did the detective shows, you did Westerns. The one comedy that you did that comes to mind is Good Morning World with Billy DeWolf. And then you did mysteries and like Fear No Evil and things of that nature. And some disaster movies like Mayday at what was it? Mayday at 20,000 feet or whatever.
Yes.
Finally, then you crossed over into science fiction, into things like Pieces and Ants, slasher type stuff. How do you account for your ability to work in so many different genres? Because so many actors get pegged into one particular thing, and that's where they get stuck. And you avoided that.
Yes, I did, because I was interested in doing work in every area. And when I spoke with my agent and they said that so-and-so had called and he didn't know if that was something that I'd like to do, I said, of course I would. Of course I would. And finally they realized that I personally didn't have any boundary about what I did or didn't do. So doing anything that I could possibly do that was honorable and good work. That's all.
And that's a key word there, is honorable, because I was going to ask you, I had heard a story. Now you got to tell me correct me if I'm wrong here, but I heard a story that you were offered the part of Honey in the movie Lenny with Dustin Hoffman about the life of Lenny Bruce. And my understanding is you were offered that part, but it did not appeal to you. Is that correct? Or did I get that wrong?
No, that's correct. And that's pretty much correct. I was just way too young to have been involved in that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so you did have some discretion as to, what you did and what you didn't do, but you were always open to a new experience and to a new, a different kind of a genre.
Yes.
Different thing. Let's talk about one of my favorite movies growing up that I just absolutely was enamored with, and I'm so glad they just released it on DVD, and that's Fear No Evil, starring Louis Jourdan and Wilfred Hyde White, and
Carol O'Connor before All in the Family.
So tell me about, was Louis Jourdan as charming off screen as he was on? And tell me about how wonderful Wilfred Hyde White was.
What an incredible person, Wilfred Hyde White. He was so elegant. There was just that air about him that was really elegant, and he was a great comedy person. He loved to laugh, and he loved to have people laugh with him. So he was all human and elegant, very elegant. Yes.
Well, I've always said I would watch anything with Wilfred Hyde White in it. Anything.
Yes.
He's
He
a
was
compelling actor. Yeah.
He really was. And I so much enjoyed just watching him perform in that film. I really enjoyed it.
It was a great performance. Now tell me about Louis Jourdan. Was he as charming and what is the word I'm looking for?
Debonair.
Debonair. That's a good word. Debonair as on screen. He was wasn't he in Gigi? He was the star of Gigi, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And this Fear No Evil was sometime after that. So tell me your impressions of Louis Jourdan.
Well, I thought he was a very studious person, a person who had a lot to offer. But that old thing about pearls before swine?
Oh, yes.
Yes. But I think he had a set of standards that if you did not meet those standards, I think he really was not going to work too hard at getting to know you. So
I understand.
He was a really rare, lovely person, very intelligent, could just talk with you about anything.
That's wonderful. So nice to hear things like that, because you see somebody on screen, you really wonder, how are they in real life? And it's so nice to hear an assessment like that. Let's talk about, there's something that you and I talked about. I told you I was going to ask you about this. It seems to me, and I've always tried to be a student of show business. Part of that is because of you, because I followed you, and so I read everything I could read about the history of Hollywood and the agencies, and I've studied the history of movies and classic film. And my senior year in high school, I did a film project on the maker of the battleship Potemkin, the Russian filmmaker who innovated so many different things with filmmaking. That was my senior high school project.
Wow.
So what I have observed, and I want to hear your thoughts. What I have observed is that there seems to be two, and there may be three, but at least two types of actors. One is what I call the driven actor, the one who wants a career so bad and wants fame and wants attention and wants to be in, so many, wants to be on television, wants to be in movies, and is really driven to that. Yes. And it was in some cases like they would almost sell their grandmother, for a quarter if they could get something
well,
going.
There are.
In show. And then at the opposite end of the spectrum is what I call the accidental tourist, the person or the actor who has stumbled into Hollywood, never intending to become a star or a celebrity, and somehow fame is thrust upon them because they were in a particular movie. The two people that come to mind as examples of that, one is Dean Martin, who would rather be on a golf course than in front of a camera.
Anywhere.
Oh,
Yes.
everybody loves somebody sometime. Oh, Deanie and I just love those cars that you people. Dean would never rehearse for his TV show. He was always out on the golf course or whatever. And it seemed like fame just accidentally dropped on him. And he just kind of went with the flow. The other actor that I think of is Robert Mitchum, who always gave an air of he really didn't care. He wasn't impressed with being a celebrity. He wasn't impressed with fame. He just, he'd do a part in a film, but if it didn't come, if he wasn't cast, it seemed like it didn't faze him or bother him at all. So, yeah. So you take it from there. Am I right or am I wrong or am I way off?
No, I think that you're quite correct. Absolutely. There are a lot of actors out there who they will starve themselves in order to get to do a role in anything, anything. Acting is their meat, their food, their potato. It's all of that. I don't know that I ever really understood that, but I've seen it, and I've seen the people. Well, a lot of us who are we're actors, and we probably had something else in mind when we started out, that this was fun, and what the heck, let's try it.
So I don't recall, or I would never put you in the category of the driven actor. I don't see you that. But I also don't see you as the accidental tourist either. That that you kind of stumbled into this, but somewhere in between that. Am I close?
Yes, you are correct. I think I was prepared for this life through my mother's desire. She loved the show business. She loved the celebrities. She just, everything about it was wonderful for her.
Well, I have to tell you that I genuinely, and I'm going to get emotional here. I loved your mom.
I know.
I really loved your mom. Because when I was growing up and we would go, people from the Midwest used to go visiting. You didn't watch TV at night.
Right.
You'd go visiting. You'd go visiting. So we'd go visit with Betty and Dell, or they'd come to our house or whatever. And it was always, I loved going to your mom and dad's house. It was the center of a social activity for me that was a completely different culture and ambiance, etc. But I loved your mom because, and I'll tell you why, she never, ever, ever talked down to me as a kid or was condescending, or she treated me like an adult.
Yes.
And that's one of the very few adult people in my life when I was growing up that did that. Usually the adults were rather dismissive.
Solicitous.
Your mom was never that way. Never that way. She was always wonderful to me, and I loved her for that. And and she loved you beyond. I mean, it was just, she was always talking about you and what you were doing and what have you. Let me move into one other area here, and that is that you coming of age and coming into your career in the 60s, there were a plethora of dumb blondes in the 60s. And somehow you seem, now not all of the blondes were, dumb blondes, but there were plenty of them. You seem to have escaped that with substantive acting roles and parts and different things that you never were pegged as the dumb blonde. As a matter of fact, in many of the episodic television shows that you were on, you ended up being the bad girl at the end.
Yes.
You were the bad girl. So the question I have for you is this: how did you avoid this syndrome of the dumb blonde? Was it desire on your part to do that, or was it management? You had good management. You had a good agent. How did that happen that you escaped this plague?
Well, I think that it was a lot of the time in the choosing. You know, you choose to do a role, and always there is a full book of that life that would have been, and you can choose to dumb it down or wise it up. And I really liked to know the characters that I was going to be doing, and I wanted to be smart. I wanted to be wise. I wanted other people to see wise and see intelligent. So there you are. I mean, that was in my choosing, I suppose. So,
you bet. Well, a conscious choice on your part, not to fall into that trap. One of the people that you mentioned to me, you've said to me in the past, that was a mentor to you, besides Richard Charlton at the Sombrero Playhouse early in your career. One of the other people that apparently you worked with before Mission Impossible was Peter Graves, and you've said that he was a mentor to you. Describe, if you can, your relationship. How did Peter Graves impact your life and career?
I could ask Peter any question at all about the theater, about the show, about the characters, about, it didn't matter what it was. He was always willing to share an experience or his take on a role or a characterization that we might do. He was always willing. And I think that was probably one of the best things that I found on Mission, was that there are people who are willing to share what they've learned, what they've experienced, what they've had or gone through. And Peter was that for me.
Well, now, apparently you had worked with him earlier in your career before Mission Impossible. Do you think Peter put in a good word for you when it came time to look for somebody in season 6?
I would imagine that he might have done that. Yes.
Yes. Well, it was however it came about, it was fortunate for all of us because we had 2 years of you on Mission Impossible, some really tremendous stuff. And the episodes are available on Amazon, so you can order the DVDs. Now, as part of your celebrity, you also did a number of game shows. And you were on Tattletales with your husband, Chris George. And Bert Convey was a good friend to you, was he not?
He was a delight. He was really a delightful person. And he was one of those who, it was okay with him, however it happened. He was just, I think he was as excited and thrilled about being in the industry as the industry was in having him there.
Well, he seemed like a genuinely nice guy.
Yes.
You were also on Match Game with Gene Rayburn, but
Yes.
here's an interesting picture. I don't know if you can
Oh,
see that.
Yes. Hollywood Squares.
Peter Marshall and Vincent Price, Rosemarie, Douglas Fairbanks Jr.,
Yes.
and there you are, Miss Lynda over there. You did get to have some fun in your career as well.
Oh my, yes. I had lots of fun on those.
Now,
on those
I wanna-
game shows. They were great.
You bet. Now, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is, you know, I was born and raised here in Phoenix. You moved here as a very young girl and started your career. And I do a lot of corporate entertainment, a lot of corporate groups that come here from out of state. And one of the things that I have always fought against in all of the years I've been performing here. Now, look, you and I will agree, Phoenix is not the entertainment capital of the world. It just not. I mean, not compared to LA or New York, et cetera. But these meeting planners, these corporate meeting planners that come here from New York, Chicago, LA, Detroit, Houston, and they're looking for entertainment for their group here in Phoenix. And it seems that they have a penchant for bringing in out of town talent when we have a lot of talent here locally. And they always say, for years, I've heard them say, well, how good could he be? He's from Phoenix. Or how good could he be? He's from Arizona. And it's a put down, you know. So I've compiled a list of people that have come from Arizona, that have come from Phoenix. And there's Wayne Newton, there's Lynda Day George, there's Linda Carter, there's Nick Nolte, there's David Spade, there's Steven Spielberg. You may have heard of him. And then from Tucson, you've got Stevie Nicks, and you've got Linda Ronstadt. You know, how good could they be? They're from Arizona. Now, one of the most famous roles that you had was that people recall and know you was Fausta Gables on Wonder Woman, Nazi Wonder Woman with Linda Carter. So, and you also were in Rich Man, Poor Man with Nick Nolte. I wonder, when you worked with these people, did your Phoenix roots come up? Did you talk about this? And if so, what was that like?
That was really fun to have somebody say, "You're from Phoenix, right?" "Yeah, I'm from Phoenix." "Me too." Those were the ways that we would begin our conversations many times. And there was that camaraderie that happens when you know someone by virtue of where they located as young people.
You bet.
And yes.
You bet. Well, I just want to get it out there in front of everybody that there's a lot of good people that came out of Phoenix, came out of Arizona, went on to big, successful careers. And I don't ever want to hear anybody say, how good could he be? He's from Phoenix.
From Phoenix. I know.
I don't want to hear that again.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Going back to the game shows, you have a rather unique relationship to one other game show, The Wheel of Fortune. Do you want to share with everyone how you are connected to that?
Well, you go ahead and share that, because I'm not sure.
Well, is not Vanna White someone that was?
Oh.
Okay,
yes.
now I've tipped it. You go ahead.
Yes, actually, Vanna was the daughter of a very good friend of Chris's. And she came to our home to live with us for a short period of time when she first brought herself out here to do some career stuff. And so she was with one of our agents at the time, and they got her this deal on Wheel of Fortune. So,
and the rest is
boom.
history. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So you helped Vanna White get her start in the business.
Yes.
Now let's talk about real quick. The last thing on your IMDb list of credits was 1989 Mission Impossible. And you seem to have kind of retired after that. Tell us about your post-retirement from Hollywood, and what have you been doing? What's keeping you busy?
Oh my gosh. Everything. I do all the same stuff I ever did before, and I am having a ball. I talk with people. I have an opportunity to do gardening. I have a really good life, and I have my children. I have not just my children, but a number of other people's children with me, and it's kind of wonderful, actually.
And I'm still that pesky little boy that bothered you so many times when I was growing up, because I wanted your approbation, I wanted your attention, and I would do almost anything to get your attention, and so I apologize for that.
Oh, no, you have something that's so special that I don't know if you realize how really talented you are. I don't know if you realize that you are recreating people in a way that I haven't seen a lot of impressionists who could do what you do. You have like a soul connection with these people that you're presenting on stage, and
Wow.
and it feels to me like you're in them, or they're in you, and it's a whole person that you represent.
Thank you. That means the world to me. Thank you.
You're most welcome. I mean, you don't just do an impression, you recreate them in a way that makes people breathe deeply and look twice. Is that really?
Well, thank you. You know, my inspiration when I put the show together, I had two inspirations. One was Hal Holbrook as Mark Twain, which I saw twice, and the other was James Whitmore as Will Rogers. Yes. And the goal that I set for myself when I started this was, I said, if I'm on stage and you, as the audience, see Brad Zinn, then I screwed up. I didn't do it right. And I
that's not what happens.
I told myself, if I don't want to see Brad Zinn, I really don't. If I'm doing it right, you won't see me. And that's what I've set as my goal. And thank you so very much.
You succeed admirably.
Well, thank you. I'm not paying you enough. Listen, there will be a check in the mail soon. If I don't laugh about this, I'm going to cry, because you choke me up. But look, I want to show you one more picture. And this, the one photograph of you and me that was taken when I was a young man, I cannot find. It is, I'm sick about it. It's the only time you and I have ever been photographed together. But let me show you another way that people will know that I'm legitimate when I say I grew up with you. And that is this picture. which is me, this little toe-headed
This little guy.
and that's my father. In the middle there is your son, Nicky.
Nicky. Yeah.
And this is Nicky in our living room, playing with some poker chips we gave him to play with. We didn't have any baby toys at the time.
Well,
but let me for the people watching, let me explain. You were in town, you had Nicky, he was a toddler, and you had to go somewhere, do something. I don't remember, it's not important what it was. But you turned to me and you said, would you babysit Nicky for a couple of hours, 3 or 4 hours, whatever it was, while you were gone doing this errand, whatever. Well, I was 9 years old at the time, and I got to tell you, it was the most exhilarating feeling that here was Lynda Day George entrusting me with her firstborn male child. And I was walking on air thinking that you had put so much faith and trust in me that you would ask me to look after your firstborn male child. And then it hit me. If anything happens to this kid, I'll never live it down. I won't be able to face myself in the mirror. So you want to talk about helicopter parenting. This kid never left my side from the time you left until you got back. I clung to this kid to make sure nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. And when I gave him back to you, I love you, but I was so relieved to be able to say, here, take him, take him back. So that's the story. Listen, before we wrap this up, there's 2 more things I want to get to real quick. One is you tell a marvelous story about the first time you met John Wayne. And let me set this up a little bit. You were in Chisholm with your husband, Christopher George, and John Wayne. Now, John Wayne and John Ford, oftentimes when they had a new person on the set or a new actor come on the set, they had a little game that they would play, is my understanding. And at night, after the day's filming, they would play this little game, and they would put someone what they called in the barrel, and it was your turn to be sort of initiated, if you will, and they would do things to you that you would not imagine that John Wayne or John Ford were capable of being so nasty and terrible and whatever, and they just wanted to see how you would react. So with that in mind, can you please talk about, you see, the way that I am in awe of you is the way I think of you when you talk about the first time you met John Wayne. We're all human, and there's always somebody that we're going to be in awe of when we meet them. Tell the story about John Wayne and drinking.
Okay. Well, the very first time that I shared airspace with John Wayne, I was standing with Chris, and there was me, and then there was I think Pat was back over in the background, and we were talking to someone else. And we were talking about the show and all this wonderful stuff. And I was so excited. And all of a sudden, we were just chattering back and forth, having this great conversation. And all of a sudden, eyes shifted from each other to up here somewhere, way up there somewhere. And I turned quickly, and I saw that it was John Wayne standing there right near me. And I couldn't hardly speak. I had never he was always someone that I just treasured as a part of my life that meant country, that meant faith, that meant security, that meant real country life, all of it. And so I almost couldn't talk. And all of a sudden he said, "Well, what's the matter?" I said, "Well, how would you feel if the Statue of Liberty talked to you?" He laughed like crazy. I loved it. He was just great. And from then on, we had a really fun relationship. Sometimes he would be standing on the back of my skirt as I was trying to walk away. And he'd be there standing on my skirt. "Oh, so sorry. I hope I didn't hold you up." "No, thanks. We're fine." Or he would lean on one elbow and make some wonderful gestures that he was talking to somebody, and it would hit the back of my hat.
Yes.
And it was just one thing after another like that. And then all of a sudden, one morning, it was raining like crazy. And I was not feeling altogether wonderful. And apparently he was not feeling altogether wonderful. And there were these raised pathways, wooden pathways from the wardrobe area and the makeup area and the all the way out to the set and right over there to the latrines. And we met like this in the middle, right in the middle. And I said, oh, and he said, "Oh, we got more in common than Texas, lady." And we went off.
Well, what happened? What happened with the drinking? There was, and let's be honest, Chris, your husband Chris was pretty good. He could hold a few.
He could hold his liquor.
And when he was with John Wayne and John Ford, there was that macho thing going on. You gotta keep up with the boys. But tell what happened with you.
Well, this was at a kind of a planned or unplanned dinner party that he was invited to at our house, at the house that we were renting down there. And everybody was having a little bit of tequila here, a little bit of tequila there. And we had started this conversation, and I was having my drinks and he was having his, and he kind of made it sort of a challenge. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing to do. But we kind of kept our eye on the bottle, and that bottle over there And well, I finished first, and I was just fine and dandy, and he could not finish that last bottle. So we laughed about that for a very long time.
So Lynda Day George drank John Wayne under the table. Under the table. That's a marvelous, wonderful story. What a great memory. Now that brings me to this last 2 points, and that is that for years now they've been trying to write your biography, and so tell me what's going on with your biography. Where are we at? And I hope, I mean, I really hope, and there's a lot of people that are waiting that would love to see your life in print.
Well, I had this incredible writer named James Zirk, and he was just, we were having so much fun writing this book together, and then one day things were a little kind of off, and I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "No, not really. The doctor told me that I have cancer, my pancreatic cancer." So he passed away last Friday.
Oh my goodness, I did not know that. I'm sorry, I did not know that.
I know. But he passed away on Friday, and I don't know who he had contacted to finish the book, but it will get out there. It's just going to take a little more time than I anticipated.
Well, I better get one of the first copies off the press.
Okay.
I'm holding you to that, and I want it autographed, okay?
Okay.
There's a lot of people out there that want to see your life in print, and so I'm very sorry about James, but I hope that you'll find another author that will be able to pick up the gauntlet and run with it and get this thing done.
Thank you.
Absolutely. God bless you. Now, we're doing this in association with the radio enthusiasts of Puget Sound.
Yay!
And let me explain that we were supposed to be together in Bellevue, Washington in March of 2020 to do the recreation of the Maltese Falcon and also to do this interview. Yes. And because of COVID, the pandemic, all of that went away and wasn't possible. Yeah. And then my health took a turn for the worst. And so it's been a while, but now we've discovered this virtual world, and we've been able to recreate the Maltese Falcon, have this interview with you as we were going to do live and in person, face to face. But when I asked you to be a part of this, and I said, this is a group that celebrates the golden age of radio. You had one of the greatest reactions. I did not know this, but again, I'm not going to give away, I don't want to give away too much, but you experienced some of the golden age of radio. And so talk about your love of old time radio, if you would, because these folks with reps, that's what bonds us together.
Oh my gosh. I tell you, had it not been for the radio, I probably would have been a very different person. I loved listening to the radio, and I loved all the shows, the Johnny Dollar, the Thriller, the Suspense, all of the great detectives. Just, oh my gosh, I loved them. And it got so that I would automatically go sit down in front of the radio, turn it on kind of low, and put my head against the radio listening to all the shows that I could possibly swallow in one sitting. And I could listen forever to those shows over and over and over again. There's nothing that I enjoy more than that. And I think that it was an incredible compass setting experience in my life, because I think that the values and the dedication that people experienced from the actors on the radio was something. It was better than kindergarten. You could learn life so much more quickly with your head against the radio.
There you go. Absolutely. Well, that's fantastic. Now, we have one last thing left to do.
Oh.
And that is, and I should have done this at the beginning of the show, but we missed it, and that's my fault. But we're going to finish with this because we have a world premiere debut. When you were in high school and you were starting your modeling career, my father had a 35 millimeter camera with some Kodachrome slide film. And my dad, never being one to miss an opportunity to be around a pretty girl, he said, Lynda, I'll come over and take some photographs of you for your modeling portfolio.
Okay.
And my sister, who was in high school ahead of you a couple of years, she came over, and you spent the afternoon in your backyard and front yard with my dad taking pictures of you for your portfolio. Now, what happened subsequently is that those slides were lost for years and sat in my parents' closet. And some years ago, I dug them out, and with the help of my sister, we tried to put them in chronological order.
Oh my gosh.
Because there was over 800 slides. And it was from the time they moved to Phoenix to about, well, the early 60s. So we put those in order. I took a video camera, and I put the slides up on a screen, and I videotaped the slides. And then a buddy of mine who was a disc jockey, we put music to all of these slides. So there was over 800 slides, and there were 72 different cuts of music that accompanied each segment. So I did this as a Christmas gift to my mom and dad. And these slides were never intended to be seen by anybody outside the family. But there's a whole section in there of my dad's slides of Lynda Day at the very start of her career. No one has ever seen these slides before. So we're going to roll it about 6 minutes, and we're going to roll those. And so don't go away. We'll come back and conclude with Lynda Day George after we see the very earliest pictures that were taken by my dad.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Lynda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Lynda. But what good does it do me? For Lynda doesn't know I exist. I can't help feeling gloomy, 'cause just think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Lynda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Lynda. but miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break I'll make Lynda mine. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Lynda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Lynda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break I'll make Lynda mine. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day. Just like the strain from a haunting refrain, she'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory. By morning, night, and noon, she will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune. She will leave you and then she'll come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune. You ought to be in pictures.
You're wonderful to see.
You ought to be in pictures. Oh, what a hit.
All right. So now you've seen the slides. I'm sure that brought back some memories for you.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Memories of those days.
And that was a wonderful house that your mom and dad lived in. There's pictures of the house there. And one picture, I don't know if we'll get to it or not, but there was one picture of your younger brother, Delmar Ray, there at the very end. And he was close to my age. And so he and I palled around quite a bit when we were both growing up. So I loved your family very much. I still do. And I want to thank Crescinda for all of her help in making this possible, so that we could have this time with you, Miss Lynda Day George, and hopefully we'll be able to see each other maybe again at a Reps Radio Enthusiasts at Puget Sound event sometime down the road.
I love that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. This is Brad Zinn saying good night and may God bless. Thank you.
Well, what a treat. She can drink John Wayne under the table, huh?
I know. Isn't that amazing?
I love it.
It's a great story. There's a couple of things in the interview, for those that watched, both Lynda and I knew the name of that modeling agency in Phoenix, but at the time, neither one of us could bring it up. Well, the name of it was Flair, Flair, Flair Modeling School. For those of you from Phoenix, Ben Tyler may remember it, but it was around for a long, long time. Flair Modeling School, very famous. And here's an interesting story that I didn't know until after we had done the interview, after we'd completed the interview. We talked about Lynda's mom, Betty, teaching poise and charm at Flair Modeling School. And of course, that influenced Lynda. And then she went back to the Eileen Ford Modeling Agency in New York. Well, while she was with the Eileen Ford Modeling Agency, and this kills me, she was also a teacher at Ford Modeling School. Lynda was. And one of her students was, and you ain't going to believe this, but it was Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart was one of Lynda's students at Ford Modeling School in New York back when Martha was getting her start as a model. And I think that was it's a marvelous story. I wish I had known it before we did the interview. The other thing I wanted to mention was with regard to her biographer, James Zurich. There is a Facebook page that he put up that has a lot of photos and background biographical information on Lynda that I didn't know was there. I stumbled across it after we had done the interview. But here's the ironic, just purely ironic. And Ben, if you're still with us, the day that we recorded Lynda's part in the Maltese Falcon, that was a day we had David Osman and myself and you and Lynda, and Brian Haygood was our tech there for that. And that was on a Friday afternoon. We taped the interview the following week. And it was that Friday that we were taping the Maltese Falcon with Lynda, that was the Friday that James passed away.
Oh,
and
my.
Of course, we did not know that, but it was very ironic that it occurred on that very day. Pancreatic cancer is, boy, that's a tough one. I lost one of my mentors to pancreatic cancer. And of course, we lost Jack Benny.
Yeah.
In 1974 to pancreatic cancer. And we lost his daughter, Joan Benny, just recently passed away from pancreatic cancer. It's a tough diagnosis, boy. And I feel sorry for anybody that has that. And I pray to God they'll find some breakthrough treatment for pancreatic cancer someday soon. They've made so many strides with breast cancer and lung cancer and the prostate cancer and such. And boy, it's overdue. I think it's time for us to find some kind of treatment for pancreatic cancer.
Absolutely. Not even a question. And I think that one of the beauties of the interview and the way it was carried out is that it was much in the vein of what a podcast is today. We get this wonderful one-on-one intimate conversation with it. And you can tell the affection between you two. It's wonderfully marvelous to witness.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I had no idea. She absolutely blindsided me with her praise of the great comedians. That wasn't on my agenda at all. And she really caught me up with that. I truly appreciate it, but I wasn't expecting it, and it wasn't in my notes to cover any of that. It's like, well, enough about me. What do you think of me? And it just wasn't in my purview to even think that way. But she really was very nice. Well, thank you, Linda Mills. The Great Comedian is a great show, very funny. And again, it's all in the same vein as what we're doing here at Rep and Spurtback, and that is trying to preserve the best of what was and pass it on to future generations. If we can do that, then I think we've passed on our common cultural heritage, which I think is so important to do that if we expect to remain a country, so that we're not so fractured. We have a lot in common. We just have to remind ourselves of it.
It's not only that, but we also learn as either creatives or just enthusiasts of what was done before and what is carried into today and what can be carried on going forward. There are elements, whether that be style, presentation, content, that you either look at it through the context of history and decide it may need an evolution, or you carry on the lesson and refine it for future generations, and they can see the lineage from there.
And one of the when I started the Great Comedians, it took me from 1997, July of 97 to January of 2000 to research and write the show and put it on for the first time. Unfortunately, my parents died in February of 1999. They never got to see the show. And they're always in my mind whenever I do the show. I kind of think of them and hope that wherever they are, they can see it. But one of the things that I'm reminded of, a lot of people said when I started this, Brad, you're not going to be able to do this more than 3 or 4 years. This is back in 97. You're not going to be able to do this for more than maybe 5 years because nobody's going to remember these people. And they're not going to know who you're doing. And I said, well, if I can get 5 or 10 years out of this, I'll be happy. Well, I've gotten 20 years out of the Great Comedian Show, believe it or not. And the show is a reminder that what these comedians, and we're talking George Burns, Johnny Carson, Will Rogers, W.C. Fields, Groucho Marx, Red Skelton, what they contributed, it's as funny today as it was the day they first delivered that material. The humor is timeless. It goes on because it speaks to the human condition, and it speaks a certain truth that we all recognize when we see it. We may not be able to articulate it, but we recognize it when we see it. And that is the true nature of humor. There was a comedian, and his name escapes me at the moment, but he did a one-man show, Only the Truth is Funny. And it was a show that influenced me a great deal. It was on Showtime or HBO, one of those. And I have it on videotape, on VHS, mind you. But Only the Truth is Funny. And it was a story of his life that he told. And there were tragic parts, but there were extraordinarily funny parts. It's a very powerful show.
Is this Rick Reynolds?
I believe you are correct. Rick Reynolds. Yes. Only the Truth is Funny.
Yeah.
And then when I was writing The Great Comedians, that show loomed very large in my mind to see if I could achieve that same kind of impact that Rick Reynolds did with his one-man show. If you ever get a chance to see it, I highly recommend it. It's really a wonderful, I mean, the guy lays his guts out on the table. I mean, he's very open, very honest. And again, it's very truthful, and we all recognize it when we see it, even though we might not be able to articulate it until we see somebody else do it, Does anybody have any questions, anything that they would like to follow up on or ask or?
I got 3 notes from the interview I'd like to sort of touch upon, Brad.
Sure.
It's so funny, and I'll just go through these. When you guys were talking about the extreme, the people who are driven to be actors and the people who are not.
Yes.
I have known a lot of agents in my life, because, being here. And the one that handled 18 the biggest stars, Bud Granoff, he handled Sinatra, Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis. The one who was the best talent of all of them, who didn't care if she was a star, that was not her thing, but her talent drove her. It wasn't her personality or her talent, was Doris Day.
Oh yes.
Doris Day is a classic example
Yeah.
of this. That her talent took her. It was not her driven desire to be a star. And that every agent I know, she was number one on that list. A quick Vanna White story. She was discovered actually by my late co-host Frank Brzee, because I sat down with Vanna. I guess when she was staying with Lynda Day George, she was hustling to trying to get into town, and so my friend Frank Brzee was producing some game shows and wanted to produce a pilot for a TV game show. And his wife was a movie star, but she said, I am not going to do a TV show. I'm just going to do movies. So poor Frank was looking for somebody for his pilot. And he would at the local gasoline station, and he would talk to the guy who was pumping gas. And he said, I got to find somebody. And she said, well, there's this young gal from Georgia who's trying to get a break, and she left her business card. And it was Vanna White business card that gave to Frank Brzee. So he worked with her for 6 months to train her how to handle the game shows and everything. The pilot didn't get sold, but that training launched her career for her to land the show. Yeah.
Wow. Well, talk about your 6 degrees of separation, Walden.
And sitting there listening to Lynda Day George, I think I got an idea for a show for her. Her temperament. She's she's somewhat on the quiet side,
right?
And her acting style reminds me that for the radio pure buff of Candy Masson. Candy Masson was the female private eye based in San Francisco. She was very popular from 1949 to 51. Her demeanor reminds me of that. So that's something I'll just throw on the table when we're discussing down the road. So get to know.
Do you have any? Do you have any of those scripts?
Yep, we have about 9. We have 90 of the shows. We have about 90 of the shows. So yeah. So we'll.
But are they transcribed? Are they scripted?
I can get them transcribed. That's not a problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if you get 1 or 2 that you think she might like, then get 1 or 2 transcribed, and we'll get them to Lynda and let her take a look.
Okay, we'll discuss more ideas, but that's just the one that really strikes me right off the bat. So.
Sure.
Anybody have any questions for Brad? Go ahead. You can post it in the chat room.
Yeah,
or
post it in the chat, or we can allow people to talk if they raise their hands. I will be notified and let them in here to speak.
While we're doing this, Zach, waiting for somebody to raise their hand. If somebody does cut me off, I can talk 10 minutes on one breath.
Oh yeah.
So feel free to cut me off. But I had sent you another photograph. I'm trying to remember. Was there a photograph of Lynda's mom with Wayne Newton? Was that one of the photos?
Oh, it just so happens that I have that for you, my good friend. So just give me 1 second here.
You bet. This is a photograph of Lynda's mom when Wayne Newton was opening at the Flamingo Hotel in Las Vegas. He finally made it. He started in the lounge, and he was underage, and he had to come in through the kitchen to get up on the stage in the lounge, do his show. And he and his brother then had to leave through the kitchen. They could not walk through the casino because they were underage. And then finally, he moved up from the lounge into the main showroom at the Flamingo Hotel. And this is Wayne and Jerry backstage with Betty Whitehead. And my sister and her husband and my mom and dad were all there for this. But this is just one of the pictures that was taken that night. And I thought you might like to see this. But Wayne and Betty and Dell stayed friends for years and years and years. And that's how I got to meet Wayne Newton myself, was because of this connection between the Whiteheads and Wayne Newton.
There we go. Yeah, it's a fantastic piece of trivia to get that insight into just how interconnected your lives were, and hearing these Wayne Newton stories, it's interesting. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, man, I need to learn more about Wayne Newton now. Just not
And
realizing
Wayne traveled with and opened for Jack Benny.
Yeah,
for
that I knew.
Quite some time. Wayne tells a story. I don't know if you know this, but Wayne tells a story. He couldn't call. He called. Wayne was such a nice young man that he would always call somebody Mr. So-and-so, whatever, Mr. Benny. Well, Jack hated that. And he said, don't call me Mr. Benny, call me Jack. Well, Wayne couldn't bring himself to call him, Jack like an equal.
Yeah.
So he called him Mr. Jack. So he's Mr. Jack, whatever. He was very polite, very sweet. Benny, Jack had a Stradivarius. And Wayne played the trumpet, and he played the violin, and he played, I don't know, half a dozen instruments, guitar, banjo, etc. Very, very versatile. Well, one night when Wayne was opening for Jack Benny, Jack arranged to have Wayne's violin sort of, shall we say, purloined, and it was hidden. And so when Wayne came off stage to grab his violin, the only violin sitting there was Jack's Stradivarius. And Wayne knew it. Wayne recognized it. He knew it was Jack's Stradivarius, but he couldn't find his violin. And he was absolutely mortified, but somebody picked it up and shoved it in Wayne's hands. And Wayne went out on stage and played Jack's Stradivarius. It was a huge thrill, obviously, for Wayne, but that was the generous nature of Jack Benny. He did that on purpose because he knew that Wayne would never ask to play that Stradivarius, and he wanted Wayne to have the pleasure and the honor of playing it. So there you go. That's a little backstage story of Jack Benny and Wayne Newton.
Yeah, now just more reasons for me to love Mr. Benny. We do have a question from Mr. Sam Bartlow, and I'm going to put him up here and allow him to speak. Sam, if you want to unmute your mic there.
Unmute. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hey there. Yes, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Hey, I was just very surprised. I live in the Phoenix area myself. I was very surprised to see all these people on here from the Phoenix area, because it feels like, especially here in the Phoenix area, radio enthusiasts are kind of a dying breed. You could surf up and down the radio stage, up and down the bands here, and you get like none of the classic radio dramas. I might see like one or two contemporary religious radio dramas, but that's about it. So I was very surprised to see, and I thank you guys very much for putting this together. That was a lot of fun. So thank you very much I wanted to thank you very much for your effort.
Well, thank you. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm the only one who feels that way, but I would, I think I posted my email because I think I would love to meet anybody who's in this area that's a fellow radio enthusiast.
Wonderful. Well, that's great. And your email's in the chat section, so I would encourage anybody that would like to follow up and have further conversation. But I believe that you're not going to find too much classic radio on over-the-air commercial radio just about anywhere. The only thing that I can say is a Sirius FM radio, I guess, has a channel that's devoted to classic radio. And then I want to encourage you to go to Yesterday USA. And Helen and Johnny Holmes, who are on Facebook with Woohoo Wednesday, and their other programs that you can get streaming over Facebook or over the internet. That's where you're going to find probably the most satisfaction for classic old-time radio.
And there are a lot of podcasters out there rebroadcasting a lot of these and providing stories as well that are easily available on podcatchers. So thankfully, the world is ever widening for exposure on the material in the media.
Yeah, it's going to come down about the only stations that's going to do old time radio on AM nationally are going to be when radio was, probably overnight. And those are
Already
generally heard-
syndicated.
yeah, those are
Already
really
syndicated.
not
Yeah.
correct. Those are really not heard prime time. Chicago, when you agree, Larry, Chicago probably the best hotbed where.
Yeah. I mean, that's been going
airs.
since 1970. Chuck Shaden started it. Steve Darnell continues. And that's a weekly show, but that's the exception rather than the rule, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. John Larry had a show for 20 years here in the Southern California market. And even in LA, it's tough to have any AM station playing OTR.
Yeah, our station that was playing when radio was stopped it years ago. Like they haven't even bothered to do anything with it. But thankfully, though, we've got our area is just like if there are enthusiasts, we share the connection of Radio Spirits, or even Yesterday USA has been a more recent thing for some other people in my life. So
years ago, when I was doing a lot of traveling, touring by car, we would do a lot of driving at night. First of all, especially during the summers around here, it was Radio Once More. Helen, thank you. RadioOnceMore.com. YesterdayUSA.com with Walden there. But we drive a lot at night to stay out of the heat, because the Southwest desert is pretty warm. So driving around a lot, one of the things that I stumbled across on the radio, and this was years ago, we're talking late 70s and through the 80s, was the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
Yeah.
With E.G. Marshall. And I fell in love with that series. We used to go up and down the radio dial to find them. We'd listen for hours to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. So I love that. And those are still around. I guess you can get them on the internet. But a really great contemporary series that was made much more recently.
That show was so popular, Brad, that Charlie Michelson used to syndicate those, and Radio Spirits did some of it as well. But Michelson syndicated those, and in Los Angeles, it was heard from 1974 to 1982 when it went off the air. And while it was on the air, it was the second-rated program in the Los Angeles market, and the only thing that beat them was Dodger baseball.
Okay.
That's incredible. And we've got another question here
Yes,
from
sir.
Nicolette. So I'm going to bring her in here.
You bet.
Nicolette, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but you froze.
Oh, can you hear us now?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, I can. Well, I wanted to thank you very much, but when you started talking about the CBS Mystery Theater, that's my favorite. And just for reference, it comes on Rumsey Retro Radio, which is an internet station 3 times a day, and they're all different. So it's great. So check out Rumsey Radio 2. It comes out of Canada. But I heard you on Yesterday USA sometime this week, and that's why I got here tonight. I'm sorry I had to come and go because of different things, but this has been absolutely wonderful. And the stories and the interviews and I didn't get a chance to see the film itself because I facilitate something. I made a note. I didn't want you to think that I was not interested, but I facilitate a program on a group called Well Connected for seniors older than I am. But at any rate, so I have a regular Saturday evening program from 6 to 7. But the rest of the time I've been back and forth, and it's been absolutely wonderful. I rediscovered old time radio about 8 months ago, thanks to Larry Gassman. I'm sorry, Larry Gassman. I knew a Larry Fassman, but at any rate, and he was on a chapter chat for the California Council for the Blind, and he was talking about old time radio, and I thought, oh my God. Anyway, within a couple of months, I was all over the internet, and now I don't listen to the news anymore. I don't listen to anything anymore except for old time radio on all these different stations and the wonderful interviews. And what you guys are doing, I don't think anybody's going to forget. I think it's going to go on and on and on because of people like you, because of people like Larry and John and Walden, and you're in all of you keeping it in the forefront. and Patricia, who is on Saturday night and Thursday nights, and just all the different programs that are going on. So I think that this is going to go on for a long time. And there are younger and younger people coming in. There's a young guy. Oh, well, I thought he was about 20, but I guess he's 40. Max Crawford. He facilitates programs on Old Time Radio. And, so the younger folks are coming in, and they're going to continue it on. So keep up the good work. You guys are doing an amazing job. And I, for one, am very, very grateful that you are. So thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Nicolette. You really, wow, that really makes my night. And Zach just put up a link in the chat, but I want to remind you that now that we have premiered this, the Maltese Falcon and the interview with Lynda Day George, these will be available from here on in on Reps Radio YouTube page. Go to youtube.com, look for Reps Radio, REPS, Reps Radio, all one word. And tomorrow night, I have launched both of the programs on my YouTube page, which is Brad Zinn Comedian, and you can see the Maltese Falcon and the interview with Lynda at any time after tomorrow night on my page. So Nicolette, don't fear. When you have an hour that you can sit down and watch the Falcon, go to YouTube and look it up, and be sure, if you want to, maybe leave a comment or click a like or something. And if you're on social media, feel free to share it, copy it and paste the link in your Facebook or Twitter or whatever you're on, Instagram, I don't know. And share it
No, I'm just on Facebook. I don't deal with the other stuff. That's for my granddaughter to deal with.
Oh, okay. All right. And you know what? I have to say that you're talking about young people. I have, when I started the Great Comedian Show, not only did people say, Brad, you're not going to be able to do this more than 3 or 4 or 5 years, and forget it. But they also said, look, nobody under 60 is going to understand what you're doing. Nobody under 60 is going to appreciate this. And so I thought, well, maybe 40 or 50 years old, I thought 60 was a little high. But we have had, and my hand on the Bible here, I've had people in the audience as young as 8 years old. There were 2 girls, twins, 8 years old, that saw my show down in Yuma, Arizona. And I've had a high school age kids come see my show. One in particular, a gal that was in high school, saw me in Gouverneur, New York, when we were up in upstate New York. But invariably, what these young people say to me, and it's always a variation on the same sentence, Mr. Zinn, they see me after the show, they say, Mr. Zinn, we didn't know all those people that you were doing, but you were funny. And I'll take that, because what it means is that someday, if they're flipping around on the TV set and they come across an old black and white TV show or an old black and white movie, maybe it's Laurel and Hardy, maybe it's the Marx Brothers, maybe it's an old Jack Benny program on TV or an old Burns and Allen program, they're going to stop and not, flip past that. They're going to stop and they're going to, oh, that's the guy that guy was doing. That's the person that he was imitating. Now, I may have created a new fan in the next generation, because I got them to stop flipping channels long enough to see what it was that I was talking about and everybody around them was laughing about.
Yeah. And then they can follow the leads, and they can find all kinds of stuff out there. It's amazing. Amazing.
If you go to my webpage, greatcomedians.net, there's a whole page of links, one page of links to old time radio, TV, movies, and information about all the great comedians that I present in my show. And there are 23 great comedians in my show, from Jimmy Durante to Groucho to you name it, Red Skelton and on. And so I've tried to compile that. Thank you, Zach. There it is, greatcomedians.net. I tried to compile those links so that if somebody did see my show and go to the website and they want to know more about Will Rogers, let's say, they can click on the link and learn, at least start somewhere to learn about Will Rogers.
I think
or George Burns or Groucho or Jack Benny.
And I think the Will Rogers one in particular is a definite asset, because that's a figure that I feel like has receded further in the public consciousness. So to have that on record and that as an archived portrayal that people can draw upon is definitely important, because there is a lot of exposure for a George Burns who had that later life career, but Will Rogers didn't have that same reach by the end of his life and carrying on 80 years down the line. So it's an invaluable asset.
The interesting thing about Will Rogers is he was one of the original political satirists. Mark Twain, of course, was a political satirist, but Will Rogers really struck a nerve with the American public. And I put him in the show because he created what we now know as the topical monologue. He would read the daily paper and then go out that night and comment on the day's news. So his act was always fresh. It was never stagnant. It was never set. He would talk about whatever was happening that day in the news. And of course, the latter day Will Rogers was Johnny Carson. And so I put Will Rogers in the show to demonstrate the origins of the topical monologue. But here's the interesting thing. I had a young couple in my show. They were late 20s, maybe early 30s at the most. And I did Will Rogers in the show. And afterwards, shaking hands, and they said, we really love that stuff that you wrote for Will Rogers. And it kind of caught me up short. I thought, they don't know this is actually what Will Rogers said. They thought I had written this material, these jokes. And so I realized at that point that I wasn't making it clear that when I do Will Rogers or even George Burns or Jack Benny or Johnny Carson, I'm actually doing the lines and the jokes and the commentary that they themselves said, and everything is researched and verified. So, when I do George Burns, you're hearing what George Burns said, and the same with Will Rogers. So when I do Will Rogers, I make it really clear that what they're about to hear is what was being said in the 19-teens and the 1920s. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing comedy that now is literally 100 years old. Going on 100 years old. And believe it or not, if you listen to Will Rogers, we are arguing about the same stuff today that we were arguing about 100 years ago. And, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
That's true.
One of my favorite Will Rogers lines is never blame a legislative body for doing nothing. When they're doing nothing, they don't hurt anybody. It's when they're doing something that they're dangerous. This country has come to feel when Congress is in session, sort of like when the baby gets hold of a hammer. It's only a question of how much damage he'll do until we can take it away from him.
Wonderful.
There's
wonderful.
There's a testament to Brad's research ability. If I can share a bit of behind the scenes for getting ready for this event, Brad reached out to me prior to hosting the tech side of this, and we ended up in what probably would have normally been an hour-long chat ended up in a 3-hour delightful conversation about the research.
I loved it.
It was like it was literally getting like a backstage pass to the great comedians and getting to hear the detail that Brad goes into with this. And as we all saw with the Maltese Falcon event, every angle has been thought out, on down to casting and to the way that everything is being presented. Like, Brad cares about the material that he is presenting. And one of the things that you do that is wonderful, whether it's Will Rogers or George, is that you're taking their material and you're telling a story with it, like jokes that may not connect in a traditional storyline. You're making them connect thematically. And that's something that is invaluable to understand the personality. We talked about Frank Gorshin's one-man show on George.
Yes.
And that was something that I got to see at a very young age because I badgered my father to take me. And watching the great comedians, I was like, this is on par, if not better, because you are doing this with multiple people and giving a through line to comedy history, which is an invaluable asset.
And Say Goodnight Gracie, starring Frank Gorshin, was written by the song. He had a hit song.
Rupert Holmes.
Yep.
Rupert Holmes. Thank you, Walden. You always come through for me. And what was the song? I'm reaching for the. It was about the guy that writes a personals ad.
If you like pina coladas.
If you like pina colada, thank you.
I don't think that's actually the title of the song, but that's the phrase that everyone knows.
Right. Thank you, Ben. The pina colada song. Rupert Holmes wrote "Say Goodnight, Gracie," which always blew me away. That because I always thought of him as a songwriter, not necessarily a scriptwriter. And I saw the show twice here at the Orpheum Theater in Phoenix with Frank Gorshin, and because I knew Eddie Carroll, who was the premier Jack Benny impersonator, and nobody will ever touch him. Nobody will ever be better than him. I bow and tip my hat to Eddie Carroll and always will. But because I knew Eddie knew Frank Gorshin. And so it was through Eddie that I got word backstage to Frank Gorshin. And I got to meet Frank when he was here performing Say Goodnight, Gracie. He and I stood, I hate to admit this, but he and I stood outside the backstage door and had a cigarette together and shared the stories. But Frank was a very nice guy. He was one of my great inspirations when I was growing up. There were great impressionists: George Kirby, Frank Gorshin, David Fry, of course, Rich Little, and there were others. But Frank Gorshin, when he did an impression, man, you saw Burt Lancaster, you saw Kirk Douglas. I mean, he was incredible. You saw Marlon Brando. He really became the character that he was impersonating.
His Cagney alone, yeah.
Oh yeah. And so on the Ed Sullivan Show, Frank was always on the Ed Sullivan Show doing his impressions, and I loved him for it. So that was a great thrill and a great treat for me to be able to meet Frank Gorshin in person. Fred Travellina is really the guy that launched the Great Comedian Show, because he told me the story of his meeting with George Burns. And of course, when I met Fred Travellina, it was long after George had passed away. But Fred told me what George said to him at a show one time. They were working together. And George said to Fred Travellina, he said, when you're out on stage, what do you represent to the audience? And Fred says, well, I represent myself. And he said, no, you represent something much different. He said, I know what I represent to my audience. And he says, as long as you give the audience what they expect, they'll make you a star. Well, when Fred told me that story, it was as if George was speaking to me through Fred Travellina. And Fred said that question, what do you represent when you walk on stage? It forced him to reassess his entire act and his career, etc. And it forced me to do the same thing. And that was the birth of the Great Comedians, because I had to figure out what I represent to the audience when I walk on stage. That's extraordinarily important.
I think that's a wonderful lesson to take away from this evening, because you've done a good job at showing that brand of yours with this presentation, not just with the Great Comedians, but also with, showing us the noir side of you and the Academy Award theater script that is wonderfully tailored to entertain people still to this day. It's like, as Ben and us were all talking about at the top, this is a piece that has never left our minds, and here's another way to enjoy it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I want to, for those that are still hanging in, and thank you if you are, this Academy Award theater presentation was July 3rd, 1946, but it was only a half-hour show. And it was Greg Oppenheimer who took that script, that transcription of that half hour, and added to it, padded it out. so that you could tell more of the story of the Maltese. It was very difficult to tell an hour and a half story, the Maltese Falcon movie, in what amounted to about 26 minutes, 24 minutes. It was very difficult. And so Greg obviously expanded the script so that it ends up being about an hour. And it makes much more sense that way. But for the purists out there, I want to let everybody know that, the original was only 30 minutes, but Greg's script made it run 57. And I think it's a much more satisfying experience for this kind of presentation than if we had stuck strictly to the Academy Award presentation.
It's John Huston's fault. He just wrote too many darn words when he wrote that script.
Too many great lines.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I want to throw it out right here. Do we have any final questions from the audience?
Everybody, the next Reps event will be October 20th. Be a Wednesday night. We're doing a live Zoom recreation of Suspense, and we'll do some Halloween trivia that night with Johnny Holmes. We'll putting that together. That'll be on October 20th, a Wednesday night. You can go to repsonline.org to sign up. Give it a few days. Maybe wait till the first part of the month of October. When you'll have that posting up. So that's the next Reps event. Next Saturday for Spurvac at 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon in the Spurvac Zoom room. Richard Williams, who was one of the original quiz kids, who wound up being our ambassador, one of our ambassadors to China, will be with us, and we'll talk about his memories of Jack Benny, and that will be, you can go to spurvac.com for more information on that.
And we do have some hands raised up. We've got our own Ben Tyler raising his hand. Ben, do you want to speak here? Or?
Sorry, I forgot that that I had that up, and this is probably maybe a little late in the game to be bringing this up. But when you guys started talking about old radio programs, it reminded me of this this script that I have been working on, which resulted in a real life radio drama that was very, very unusual. There was this. Winnie Ruth Judd was involved in this double homicide, and it became an international story for many reasons. And a guy named Jack Williams, who later became governor of Arizona, was working at KOY Radio, and he got the idea. Initially, he thought about putting microphones in the courtroom, but they wouldn't let him do that. So he hired a writer to sit in the courtroom and write out what everybody said that day. And then that evening, they would bring his notes over to the radio station, and they would recreate the day's proceedings in court with actors over the radio. And this was like 1931, I think, something like that. And, in those days, there were so few radio stations, and they could do all kinds of wonky things with their power. And at night, that was a clear channel station, and their signal could be heard from Hawaii to Newfoundland, from this little radio station in Phoenix. Pardon me. And it became a hugely popular radio program. And in the script, we say that Jack Williams basically invented reality radio. So that's an unusual twist in that story. When I found out that he did that, I thought, that's how you can present this as a play, because it's a fairly complex story. So to have the actors playing that out that way was really great. And we were able to get the original transcripts from the trial. So the things the actors are in the play are saying were things that were actually said in court. And it's pretty crazy. The way they looked at trials back then were quite different than today. So anyway, I just wanted to say that we did a Zoom session of that, not as complex as the one we just saw here, but there is a Facebook page called The Truth About Winnie Ruth Judd. And the 4 episodes that we did of the play in a Zoom format are there if anybody would like to see them.
Oh, that's wonderful, Ben. I didn't know that. I'm glad you brought that up. And just a side note, you were talking about KOY Radio. here in Phoenix. Not only did Jack Williams get his start there, and later eventually became governor of Arizona, but there's somebody else.
Steve Areno.
Steve Allen got his start. Here's another one of those. How good could he be? He's from Phoenix.
Well, he graduated from Phoenix Union High School.
Yes. And went on KLY radio, and from there went to Los Angeles, and the rest is history. Starting in Phoenix, all I can say is this could be the start of something big.
Now you guys sing like Stephen Eady. So that's all. Okay.
Different Stephen. That was a different Stephen
Different
Eady.
Steve. Yeah.
And we've got Nicolette had one more thing to say. She has her hand raised. Here, Nicolette, did you want to add anything further?
Yes, I would, because when you were talking about reducing it, my granddaughter I live in San Francisco, and she went to a Spanish immersion school, and they were very progressive. They did all kinds of wonderful things. And one of the things they did was have an acting class from the New Conservatory Theater Center in San Francisco. And so they would send somebody out once a week to the class. And one of the things that she had to do when she was in first grade, they didn't do this in kindergarten, but when she was in first grade, they had to summarize their little play in 15 minutes. Then they had to summarize it in 8 minutes. Then they had to do it in 5 minutes, and then they had to do it in 1 minute. And so they did it, within the same session. And it was amazing to watch these little kids doing that. And there's another theater in San Francisco where one of my friends was an actor there, and they did a whole series of 1 minute plays. And I have a CD that has 1 minute plays also. There are about 10 of them. And when I first played that for my granddaughter, by that time she was about 8 years old, we had to listen to it maybe 4 or 5 times, and we couldn't understand a word. But as we continued to listen to it, we got to the point where we could understand every single word. And it was fascinating. I mean, that was something that she loved to do. So she was always doing that. She was always taking stories and condensing them. And so I wondered, do they still do that, or do they do that in the movies in any way when you're in an acting class?
It's been 150 years since I was in an acting class, so I don't know certainly what they're doing today. But 1 minute radio shows or 1 minute things, I always think of Ripley's Believe It or Not. They used to do 1 minute Ripley's, and I've got probably 120 of them that I've collected. And I used to put CDs together with old radio shows, and then I would put in 2 or 3 of these Ripley's Believe It or Not between the radio shows. And then we'd listen to those on when Brendan and I were driving. We'd pop in the CD and we'd listen to an old radio show, and then on would come 2 or 3 of these 1 minute Ripley's Believe It or Nots, and then and then we'd listen to another radio show. It was a lot of fun, but they're available over the internet if you want to research it. Ripley's Believe It or Not 1 minute radio shows. But as far as summarizing,
thank you.
As far as summarizing plays. What is the Cliff Notes version, I guess, is the only thing I'm familiar with. I never was part of that.
I can tell you what they're doing today. Brad got to work with a young girl when we did the film game Molly at Spurgeon.
Oh yes, I remember.
She's in movies and TV here in Hollywood. She's the daughter of my yesterday USA webmaster, and this was her first radio play. And in acting school, you are taught now you have to say exactly what's on the page. And that's how they do it today in acting classes. Now, in the radio play, it's through her because Stuffy, who played Fibber, he grew up in a different era, and, you sort of go with the flow. And that was a change for her. That was a good lesson for her when you're doing a radio, especially a comedy radio show. You don't necessarily have to wait to exactly how they're going to read off the line. You go with the flow. And that was a good learning experience for her to go through that today in old time radio recreation than compare what they're doing today in actual film and TV.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. We got a couple more minutes before we'll shut it down for the evening. So
Yeah, I've
Zach,
got
you see more?
I've got a question from Jay here. I'm going to bring him up online here. Get you to unmute, sir. We can get your question in. Jay, can you hear us, sir? Not sure what's going on, but yeah, Jay, if you unmute your mic, we'll be able to answer your question, sir.
Okay, well, it's not quite a question, except that I noticed that Larry Gassman had his hand up so many times. I want to give him a chance to talk because I did talk to him once before over the phone, and I didn't follow through with something because I got sick. But I'm going to do it. It was my chance meeting with Margaret Whiting's daughter, who has a house in my neighborhood, and I did not know that until our issues of the Spurvac magazine got stuck together in the mailbox in the post office, and I wound up with her label on my magazine, and I got in touch with her by leaving letters in her mailbox. I know she lives in Nashville, but she does have the house up in Northport, New York, and which is where I live. And I'm with WCWP, which is it was CW Post College, is now LIU Post College in Brookville, New York. And I was one of the founders of their radio station in 1961, 62.
Wow.
And I'm still with them. I had a 50-year hiatus, and then I came back to a special presentation that they made. And I help out other announcers and talent on the behind the mic. Anyway, I wanted to give Larry my time so that he can, he looked like he was waiting anxiously, trying to catch a train, more or less.
I gotcha. I'm so sorry, Larry, if I ignored you there.
Let me tell you, Jay, that if my hand is up, then there are more people in this house than John and I had figured on. My hand can go up or down. It doesn't matter because I have a mixer and I can turn the pot up whatever I want to. I don't know that it's up. If it's up, then it shouldn't be. No one should be able to listen to me for more than 30 seconds at a stretch, and that's why they want to shut down. That includes me. Oh, shut up. But before we go, Brad, I think we first met 3 or 4 years ago whenever we came up to Reps, and then we brought you to Spurvac. And we thank you so much for your enthusiasm and your passion, because you have turned so many people on to what we all do with regard to recreations because of your passion. And when you did your great comedian show for us, and it was essentially the whole show almost about a year and a half ago, before the pandemic, BP, before the pandemic, there were so many people who wrote us and said, oh my God, that was just incredible. So we thank you for your passion, and we thank you for your efforts to keep radio alive and keep an interest in radio.
Well, thank you, John and Larry Gassman and Walden Hughes, who, because of your dedication, have, kept this going and gathered together all of these wonderful people. I mean, Stuffy Singer, Beverly Washburn, Tommy Cook, Allison Arngrim, Jeannie Russell. It just goes on and on and on, and Wink Martindale. And it's just an incredible array of talent that you all have unearthed and gathered together in one place. And I just feel like I fell in it, and I can't believe how lucky I am to be a part of this. And I cannot tell you what it means to me to be a part of this family. I really feel, after 45 years in show business, I really feel like I've found my family. And I can't say that about just about anything else I've ever done in show business.
And one of the things that we did when we were at Spurvac, we spent probably 25 to 30 minutes, because you brought Brenda with you, and twins got to meet twins, and I want you to say hello to her for us.
Oh, well, thank you. She'll be quite honored. You and your brother are identical twins. And as I explained to you and your brother, that Brenda is a mirror twin.
Mm-hmm.
1 in a million births are twins. 1 in a million twin births are mirror twins. And that means that her sister is exactly the opposite, and anatomically opposite of Brenda. And so my sister-in-law, Lynda, her heart is on the other side. All of her internal organs are flipped, and because she's a mirror image of Brenda. And that's the way it goes down. And there are very few actual mirror twins. But I certainly, we went to high school together. And so I've always had a special place in my heart for twins. And you and your brother are very special people to me. And I really appreciate your friendship.
Thank you, Brad.
You bet.
Phenomenal.
And with that, if you'd like to help out REPS, there is a nonprofit. You can go to repsonline.org. You guys can make a donation or join. We'd love to have you become a member. So anyway, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. And we will talk to you really soon. Good night.
Thank you all. God bless you and good night.
This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next Wednesday at the same time, when you're invited to listen again to Academy Award, presented by the House of Squibb, a name you can trust. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.